It's about that time. I would like to call the Flint Board of Education regular board meeting to order at 6:33 p.m. Board member, as I call your name, please reply present for the records. Vice President McIntosh.
Present.
Trustee Gibbert.
Present.
Trustee Green is absent. Assistant Secretary Treasurer Del Morone called in. He'll be late, but we'll mark him absent. Secretary Booz.
Present.
Treasurer McIntyre.
Present.
Myself, McNeil, present. District mission statement, a standard of practice. Now we'll call upon Assistant, she's not here, Secretary Booz to read the district mission statement and the first statement of the standard of practice.
Good evening. It is the mission of the Flint School District to develop a community of learners who are prepared to live, work, and contribute in any and every changing, in an ever-changing society, in order to provide outstanding leadership and better serve the Flint community schools, we, the members of the Flint Board of Education, commit to the following standard of practice. 1, we will be consistent in our dealing with each other, as well as students, staff, and community.
Ms. McIntyre, number 2. I don't have it, but it's right here.
It's in your
Oh,
packet.
I'm sorry. It's right here. All right. Where did you stop?
Number 2.
Number 1, you on 2.
We will model trustworthiness and honesty in our relationships with each other, with our superintendent, and with our constituents.
Number 3, we will focus on a common goal of providing the best education possible for the students in the Flint Community Schools.
Number 4, we will respect the diverse view that each of us bring to the organization, as well as the view of others that we interact with as we carry out the business of the Board of Education. Linda Booth, numbers 5.
That's the last one I have.
Number 5.
Let me see where number 5 is. Excuse me. Number 5, we will be open and authentic with each other, with our staff and community.
I'm sorry.
Number 6, as we work to make decisions, we will focus on issues, not personalities.
Number 7, our decisions will be student-centered and based on objective facts.
Number 8, we will practice good listening skills to better understand our fellow Board of Education member and constituents. I seek a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the October 13, 2021 Board Committee of the Whole meeting and April the 28, 2022 Special Board meeting. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
It has been properly moved and second. Are there any corrections? Are there any corrections? Seeing none, the motion to approve the minutes from October 13, 2021 Board Committee of the Whole meeting and April the 28, 2022 Special Board meeting will be conducted by a roll call vote. As I call your name, please say yes or no. Ms. Carol McIntosh.
I haven't looked at them, so I'm going to pass for now till I brief them over.
Okay. Pastor Gibbert,
Yes.
Ms. Green is absent. Mr. Del Morone is absent for now. Ms. Booz?
Yes.
Laura McIntyre?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Motion passed.
You have to go back to Carol.
Oh, that's right.
Point of
Sorry.
order, sorry.
We'll wait on Vice President Carol McIntosh to review the minutes.
I'm going to abstain. You guys can take your vote.
Huh?
I'm abstaining from the vote. So,
Okay.
Point of order. Point of order to President
We cannot
McNeil.
abstain.
We cannot abstain from the vote. The vote has to either be yes or no at this time. And I'd like to remind the board that this is a package that we've had that has been in review, and I would really like to be mindful of the staff's time. This is supposed to have been reviewed before we get to the meeting.
Point of information. Could you,
Pastor
Sister Laura, could you really speak up or talk louder, please?
Point of order, we're not allowed to abstain from a vote. The vote needs to be yes or no. And also, point of information, that this package has been provided to us beforehand with the understanding that it will be reviewed before the meeting so that we can be expedient with our time and not extend the time of our staff who are also present here.
point of information. I came up to the district, and the secretary was not available on Friday. Point of information. I came up to the district on Friday. The secretary wasn't available. I came again Monday. She wasn't available. I've been text messaging her. She hasn't responded. So I don't know when I can get the packet, where I can get the packet. Nobody told me.
Point of information, the board packet is available on Board Book.
I do hard copy, if that's okay with you.
Point of information,
What's your point?
through Madam President, would you please remind President McIntosh that she needs to go through the president and not talk about me directly?
Point of information, Madam Chair. Sister Laura is correct according to the bylaws. So that's legal, her comments. But I think that as a board,
Is this a point of information? Is this a point of information?
Yes,
Or is
it
this
is.
you expounding on your opinion?
Yes, it is. I'm going to ask my question.
Okay, let Mr. Gibbons have the floor. We're going to see.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, isn't it fair that we give one of our members the leeway to take a look at it so that that individual can make the vote? It seems to me that that would be proper.
It would be proper, how much, what the board,
The chair has the discretion to decide.
okay, how much time do you need, Vice President Karen McIntosh?
Until I get done. Thank you.
She didn't understand what you said.
I'll let you know when I'm finished.
I just think that we shouldn't prolong this, because we really went as much as we could. So I would have to say that, Vice President McIntosh, are you going to abstain? You can't abstain, so this is a yes or no.
Okay, well, I'm gonna say yes or no when I get done. Now, if you can't wait for me to breeze it over, then it's a no vote.
I would give you 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Could you set the clock, Steve?
No.
Vice President Karen McIntosh is a no. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 yes, 1 no, and 2 absent. So, motion passed. A vote is for. At this time, the board will hear any comments from the public pertaining to the item listed on tonight's meeting agenda. Comments about items not appearing on the agenda can be addressed at the end of the meeting. Is there anyone present who wishes to address the board about tonight's agenda? Is there anyone present? Public speaking. Do we have any slips?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Did you deal with the April 28th, 22 special meeting minutes?
I did it with them all as both as one. Do you want them to do separate, because it says the 28 and 11?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, they prefer after. I will now turn it forward to Superintendent Jones, which you have requested to move his comment right after the Finance Committee. Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Requesting to hold communicate until after the business of the Finance and Operations Committee.
Thank you. We will proceed with the agenda.
I'm sorry. Move the communicate until after the Finance and Operations Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. We will proceed with the agenda. I will now call upon Mr. Jones to present action items to the board.
All right, I seek a motion. This is human resource action. I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve action item 1.8, personnel recommendations.
So moved.
Second.
Second by Laura McIntyre. It has been properly moved in second. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Vice President McIntosh?
The change of assignment to Sarah Ragland. She's going from administrative assistant. I'd like to know who's administrative assistant. And she's going to grants and accountant. And who is over that department?
Good evening, Ms. McIntosh. That's the Business Service Department, previously the Executive Director of Finance. That position is vacant. Tish Wolf, she's filling in as the leader of that department. That administrative assistant is the administrative assistant currently in that department
And you said she's going to report to Tish Wolf?
until the Executive Director of Finance is filled. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any more discussions?
Madam Chair.
Yes,
Yes,
Pastor
thank
Gibson.
you. Sister Galloway, I think I've asked this before.
Mm-hmm.
What is a parapro?
Paraprofessional, they assist in the classroom. A lot of times it's in our special education, but sometimes they can have one-on-ones or they assist in the classroom.
So they're more than a teacher's aide? They have to have some
Yes.
type of certification or training or whatever?
You would have to, as a paraprof, are we okay?
Yeah, we're good.
All right. As a paraprofessional, you would either have to take the paraprofessional work keys test, or you would have to have 60 credits of college in order to be a parapro. So it is a assistant teacher. Okay. They are working in the classroom with teachers. We affirm all of our parapros because without them, a lot of the work that we do to assist teachers wouldn't be done. So that's what they do.
So that's, the 1122 is what they start at?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
It's a union position as well, so we have, as you know, we have 3 unions.
Right,
Yep,
correct.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
yes, sir.
Treasurer McIntyre.
I don't remember what discussion we had, but we did have a discussion about the parapros making $11.22 an hour and $11.85 an hour. And I thought movement was made toward getting them a stipend or a raise or, and I apologies, I can't remember what the discussion was, but that this is, I don't even know what to say about having someone, I see an individual here who's been with the district over 20 years, who's now making $11.85, not 20 years, I don't know how long she's been here, but she certainly has been here enough because she was the teacher to my twins. And she's still making $11.85 an hour. Maybe she got a raise from $11.22 an hour to $11.85, but to see the administration getting 6 figures, and I don't begrudge the administration or the administrative staff that, but in the context of having the parapros make just over $11 an hour, I'm ashamed for this district. I think it's disgusting. I can't even believe that it's happening in 2022 when, I mean, I've said so much before, and I really don't feel good tonight. I've got a cold or something, so I apologize for being incoherent, but I really don't want to vote yes on this because I'm tired of moving people in a change of assignment. And again, it's not personal to the individual who's being moved up from 47,000 to 58,000, but to see that happening in the context of 2 women who are getting $11 an hour for being assistant teachers in our district, I think is just, I don't want to vote yes for that at all. So I don't know what to do about it, but I'm just sitting here just outraged.
Point of information, last year, if I'm correct, we voted that payrolls, and I think we had our agreement that they had started, we got them up to $15 an hour, at $15 an hour. Am I correct, Mr. Johnson?
So we had negotiations with our para union. Their negotiations don't come available. I don't think it's next year, but it's the following year. So I want to remind the board that that is a subject that we have to deal with in negotiations because of their agreed contract. It's not that we want a certain group to, I'm careful here, because it's not that we want a certain group to make $11, all right? But we have a union agreement with this group. And we did move we moved the secretaries. The board moved to move the secretaries up. That is the move that I know that we made when my predecessor was here. Now, movement as it pertains to the parapros would have to be in their negotiations.
So maybe I'm missing something. I assumed that because we had the ESSA funds, that the payroll was up at 15 due to just the ESSA funds for those couple of years, and if things got better, you know, they could stay there. But you're saying now that it's $11.22 an hour and $11.85?
I'm saying currently, this is where the step is in their contract. If we want to make change, I'm all for us to try to make change, but I want to make sure that we are, if we're going to open back up their negotiation or their contract, that's something that we would have to discuss and make sure that we bring that group to the table. We do meet with them once a month. We just met with them last week, I want to say. We can.
Who did?
We have regular meetings, JLM meetings with our Congress unions, not for negotiations, but for just regular meetings to catch up about their
It's
concerns.
called joint labor management. So a
Yeah.
part of our agreement is that
We meet every week,
once a
right.
month, we meet as a management staff with the leadership team of the unions. So he's just mentioning that we meet with them once a month.
And they bring concerns, they bring things that they need to talk to us about. I definitely will welcome, we've been doing that since I've been here in the district.
So I do have a question, Madam President, if it's permissible.
Yes,
So given that we had a discussion, and I know it was with the previous superintendent, but the board has expressed concerns about the inequitable, unfair wage that we're paying our paraprofessionals, and we asked for something to be done, for some corrections to be done, and you're saying you have meetings with them once a month, and I don't know what to say. I mean, I want to state for the record, I don't know what we can do, and I definitely I'm a proud union member, and not of any of these unions that are associated with anything on the board. And I definitely support unions in theory, but it seems to me the union has dropped the ball on this one. Where the hell is their union? And maybe I'm speaking out of turn, but I just want to state for the record as an individual that this is unbelievable. So what are we going to do about it? Because again, I'm not going to sit on this board and allow this to happen.
Pastor Gilbert.
Thank you, Madam President. To my colleagues and to the administration, the contract does expire when? For the parapros?
I know, I think it's not
It's
next year, but the
2024.
following, yeah,
It's
it's the following
2024.
year.
I'm sorry. It's 2024.
2024.
Yes, sir.
So, and the administration, superintendent, Ms. Galloway and others are meeting with them, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so just for me as a board member is that I know you can't do things premature and start before time because that would be possibly illegal. So, but just know that it is the position of some of the board members, if not all of us, I can only speak for me, that 1122 for our parapros, it's not going to get it. So far as I'm concerned, I asked this way back when Sister Carolyn was the president, when I first got here. And the only thing that I'm going to say is that it is our responsibility to deal with this together and to do it on the behalf of our parapros and those that work in our district that's really touching our kids' lives. I've gotten so much impact in the last week about the teachers and those that work in the classroom that we're just spitting in the wind in their face, and they really don't like it. And they think that I can do something about it, and guess what? I can do something about it, and I'm going to do something about it. So let's just keep this part of the ongoing conversation. I have confidence in Ms. Galloway and in you, and I expect for you all to every now and again to give us a report
Yes, sir.
of how that's going, because I think that's how we get there. We don't get there overnight. That's
I
all
want
got
to say, Pastor, too, thank you. Their contract was just renewed in 2021.
Yes, you said that the other
And
day.
agreed upon.
Yes.
And voted on. And so if we, I think that we can have conversations.
Yes,
I can't speak like you speak.
Yes, I
I
know.
want to make sure that
Yes.
it's clear that we can have conversations and we can invite some board members to the JLL.
that's right.
I just want to make sure that we understand that we just voted, 2021, it just happened.
Okay.
But I'm willing to do whatever we can to support what our board members are saying.
I would like to come. If you will invite me, I'll
Sure.
come. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Gilbert.
Yeah, and through the president, yeah, I'd like to as well. And again, I don't understand what's going on. I honestly don't. As a former union steward and campus chair of my union and sitting on the other side of the union negotiation table, what the heck is going on? If we just renewed a contract for this, where is the union fighting for these workers? This is crazy. I'm incensed for them. I don't know what we can do legally. Can we meet with legal counsel? I'd like to be invited to the next
You're right.
meeting. I'd like to consult with legal about this contract negotiation. I don't want to, say anything that would put us in any jeopardy, but is there some way we can, I don't agree to this. And if, again, I'm perplexed. What is this union doing to be?
Ms. Laura, I will say that, oh, I'm sorry. I will say this, Ms. Laura, that this is about a person receiving a job. Now, what we do after that, this is about these folks receiving work, okay? So I don't really want us to not give a person a job because there is a need. However, if we want to get into a more deeper conversation about those contracts, I'm all for it. I just don't want people to not get a job, and we need them to do work in the district.
Madam President, through you.
Excuse me.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to go,
Okay, as far as I'm concerned, we had this
excuse me,
conversation like a year ago. Okay, yeah.
Information to the board. That is what the non-renewal meeting is for us to look at contracts, whatever we don't like, discuss it as a board, discuss making changes, so when we negotiate with the unions or talk to the administration about contracts, what we do or don't like, that's our opportunity as a board to have an open conversation. And I fought for it. We didn't receive that opportunity, so here we are.
Point of information. So here we are. These people have accepted these jobs. They're saying they're gonna start May the 19th. Hopefully we can work on these contracts. So is there any further discussions?
Yes, I would just like to say one last thing.
Yes.
So the last time we had this discussion when a similar paraprofessional job was brought before for employment for recommendations, we had this same conversation, and I believe it was last year. I would like to ensure that something actually happens, and I have more confidence with our new leadership that something will, but I just would like to state for the record, I do not want to see this happening again next year, or even in a couple of months, where we come forward where no action has been taken, and we haven't actively worked to remedy this, because we talk about representing ourselves in the district and, going out and seeking, paying advertising companies for enrollment, and the best advertisement is just doing the right thing and being good stewards of the community and paying people their worth. And so I just wanted to state that for the record, that I will, of course, give them a job, but that I strenuously object to the pay rate, and that I would like to move forward as soon as possible to remedy it in any way that we can, even if we're doing what we're supposed to do. I'd like to go above and beyond what's allowed and permissible sometimes, to do that extra mile, to do what's right and what's necessary. So I don't want to just get away with the bare minimum, what we're allowed to do, but to make this, to right-size this district and to make it better and to do the right thing. Thank you.
Is there any more discussions? Pastor Gibbard?
Madam Chair, just short and sweet. So if this is not passed, this would affect these two individuals' jobs.
Yeah, they already accepted it.
Point of information, we could, to the president, we could separate, we could make a motion to separate,
Point of information.
couldn't we?
These two payrolls has accepted a job. They're supposed to start to work on May the 19th. Is it right for us to deprive them of a job because we have some strong opinion right here? Or do we work forward and do better?
Well, point of
Because it wouldn't
information,
help them.
point of information.
Yes, ma'am.
Pastor Gilbert had said that if we vote no, and I guess I'm wondering if we can still separate each of the individual jobs as we've done in the past, so we can vote yes for some and no for others, if that's still possible under this action item.
I'm not clear as to what you're indicating, what you're stating.
Point of information.
Point
Sister
of-
Booth,
Excuse
please
me,
talk.
Pastor Gibbard.
Talk in the mic,
yeah, I'm
please.
talking
Yeah,
in
so
the
I can
mic.
hear you.
Pull it up closer to you. You're not understanding what Treasurer McIntyre said. In the past, we'll look at item A, we can separate item A from item B, or line item by line item, and rather than hold up everything, so I guess that's the question now. So, if there's a motion, I wish to continue, I'm sorry, Pastor.
Madam Chair, yes, it would be legal to separate it, but I'm uneasy about doing that because I have to trust what the superintendent says. He's the superintendent. Ms. Galloway is sitting here. It's tough to do, but for me, I don't think it's right to deal with people's income unless there's some type of violation or the breaking of the law of some type. And that's certainly not it. We have done that before, but I don't want us to continue down that road. So I'm going to vote yes, that this action item be adopted. That's what I'm going to do. I said what I had to say. I said it in good faith, but there's a balance somewhere. And we got to show forth the leadership. And when you start dealing with people's money, people they just offended, they're hurt, and they're angry. And so I'm going to vote yes, that this be adopted as is.
Vice President McIntosh.
Like I said, I tried to get a non-renewal meeting scheduled. We voted for it. For whatever reason, it didn't happen. So now here we are in the open, airing these type of things out when we could have taken care of this at the allotted period that the board has always and should address these type of issues. Now here it is, we got people needing jobs, got positions open, and now we want to negotiate and haggle about this? After what just took place in that meeting when I was begging my board to let's look at the non-renewals. So I'm going to vote yes.
Any more discussion? Any more discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion to approve action item 1.8, personnel recommendation, will be conducted by a roll call vote. As I call your name, please say yes or no. Vice President Karen McIntosh?
Yes?
Pastor Gibbard?
Yes.
Mrs. Green is absent. Mr. Del Marone is absent. Mrs. Booth?
Yes.
Laura McIntyre?
Yes.
Myself is a yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 yes, 2 absent. Continue, Mr. Jones.
I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve action item 1.9, authorization to extend staffing services contract agreement.
So moved.
Support.
It has been properly moved in second. Is there any discussions?
Are we already,
1.9.
are we already, this is who we're staffed with now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sorry, Del. Are there any discussions? Are
And
there
did-
any?
And did we determine, what did we say about possibly getting subs for our own? Because we had a conversation about starting a subbing list, and I remember this now, and trying to ask them about not being bound to not be able to hire because of a contract they had with us 2-3 years ago. Did we talk to them about that? Because I requested.
Yes, ma'am, I did. I followed up with all 3 of the contract services that you see there, and I asked them specifically about the 2 items that we talked about at the meeting last week. The one was it's no solicitation or non-compete, and the other one you had was the liability. In reference to the non-compete, they were willing to take it down from the 2-year to the 1, but they were not willing to wipe it totally out. As I said, and they did totally just redo the contract to show that, but of course, the response came in after the packets were due.
So we do have a 1-year turnaround
Yes,
period.
and we do typically, if we have somebody that we would like to hire directly, that we have come into contact with because of those vendors, we do ask them if they would forego that and many times they do, but it is on a case-by-case basis, and those contracts are typical. But they did redo them, so we have new contracts that show the 1 year instead of the 2. So what Mr. Jones will sign will say the 1 year.
Okay, can we make sure of that? Because
Yes,
we,
ma'am.
we have not, because we have not been asking that. So maybe
did
we
ask
could
too, yep.
maybe we can next year get that down, you
Yep.
know? Let's
Yep.
work on getting better. But
And then
I'm
the-
excited about that.
Yeah, and so the second one that we talked about was the liability. You had questions about the language that basically, and what that language says was, it was kind of a both ways, right? So what it basically says is, we are not responsible if this contracted individual does something, right? But it also says that they would not be responsible to represent them, to provide legal basically, this person would be on their own
So
to do that.
So let's put that in our contract.
It's in the
Make
contract.
it very clear, we are not covering
Yes,
none of that.
it is
they
in that.
on their
And
own.
one of the response,
Point of
Oh,
information.
excuse me.
If we're having an open meeting,
The door
we need
gotta
to
be
unlock
open.
the doors.
Yeah.
True.
We didn't, I didn't know that they
Those
were
are the
locked.
Thank you,
rules.
Chris.
Take care of
Thank
that, please, thank you.
Thank you, Brother Chris. Those
Thank
are the
you.
rules.
Sorry, Ms. McIntosh.
yeah, so one of the contract vendors did respond and say, you know, we try to have a really good relationship, and they are responsible to behave inside the policy. So what they're saying is, they don't, you know, they don't foresee or expect there to be liability issues, and if ever there is a disciplinary or behavioral issue, then we follow up with them, and they, you know, either ask us if they want to be removed or just disciplined. But the contracts do list specifically, there isn't liability on our part or on theirs.
Okay.
Oh, Pastor Gilbert.
Madam President, through you to Ms. Galloway, you might know, you might not, maybe Ms. Murphy or someone else could help. But how many employees from the staffing thing that have we actually hired through, after
so-
they went past it's just,
So can we, yeah, so that's a great question, because we typically cannot hire them into the same position that we're in, because we don't have those positions in our structure. Does that make sense? So nurses, for example, we don't have district nurse positions. So the only way we could hire them is if we hired them into a district-approved organizational position. So technically, we don't do it very much unless they're getting a promotion or they've applied for something that we have as a district position. You see what I'm saying?
and so, Ms. Galloway, even outside of that, they still, whatever's in the contract, we've always abide outside, you know, by that.
Yes,
in the past.
unless, so for instance, like we had a nurse that was in a contracted position, and we recently hired them to replace a retired position, right? We asked for them to let us out of the non-solicitation, and they agreed to that, right? But it's typically, you know, we have an organizational chart that only holds so many positions. We have lots of contract positions, so many of those people, we don't have positions in their field for them to change over from the vendor to the district.
Thank you.
Yes.
Is there any more discussions? Seeing no further discussion, the motion to approve action item 1.9, authorization to extend staff and service contract agreement, will be conducted by a roll call vote. As I call your name, please say yes or no. Vice President Karen McIntosh.
Yes.
Pastor Gilbert.
Yes.
Ms. Green is absent. Trustee Del Maroney.
No.
Mrs. Booz.
Yes.
Laura McIntyre.
Yes.
Myself, Joyce McNeil. 5 yes, 1 no, and 1 absent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Please continue, Mr. Jones.
So that's it for human resources.
Thank you, Board.
Wanna have-
Yes. Yeah.
Have a presentation.
Yes. Go ahead.
At this time, Board, we're going to move to the communique, and I'm going to ask before I start for Clark Construction to come and to present to our board as we spoke of, so you may come at this time. I'll turn the floor over to them, and they have information to give you. This is a part of my communique.
Who you say they are?
Clark Construction.
Oh, okay.
Is this syntax? Is that syntax?
It's coming.
Oh, okay.
This is a part of my communique.
Oh,
Did you hear me?
Yeah, now we
Okay.
can, yeah.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah, this is Clark.
All set?
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Well, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Robert Lalone, Senior Vice President for Clark Construction Company. For what I do for Clark is I take care of all of our pre-construction services, as well as I'm one of the part owners of the company. So I'll let Gary and Becky introduce themselves as well.
Gary Steller, Vice President over our K-12 construction group.
And I'm Becky Timberlake. I'm a Senior Project Manager, and I manage a lot of our K-12 work in the state of Michigan.
All right, well, the purpose today, we've wanted to come and talk about construction management services and a little bit about our company for those of you that don't know Clark Construction, which many of you don't. Kind of want to start off with what people think about Clark when they do get to know us. Our mission is we build on a foundation of trust, and that's not something that's just a tagline. Trust is very important to our firm. We've been in business for 76 years. We have 3 offices, one in Lansing, one in Auburn Hills, and one in Alpena. So we're a statewide contractor that we specialize in K-12 construction. We have a very, very progressive, inclusive culture at Clark. Our president, Sam Clark, is chairman of the National AGC DEI Committee. What that means is that's a firm that's the largest construction association in the world. There's over 27,000 members, and little old Clark Construction in Lansing, Michigan actually is a chair of that entire DEI board for the entire country. Not someone from New York, not someone from San Francisco, so that's something that's very heart of our culture. What does that mean to Flint? For 2 years in a row, Clark has been awarded Crane's Cool Places to Work, the #1 construction company in the state of Michigan. So our culture is something that's very important to us, and it is very reflective in the work that we do for our communities. If we have time when we get done, I'll also be taking care of talking about the pre-construction services, but being mindful of time, I wanted to turn over to Becky and Gary to talk about some other portions of the presentation.
So overall, what we want to talk about is kind of the delivery methods. So and Becky's going to get into that a little bit further, but the delivery methods, differences really between general contracting, which most people are familiar with, and construction management. But just on this page in the booklet, it just depicts many of the school districts that we've worked with. But the point about this is that school districts primarily deliver construction projects, larger size projects under a construction management approach. And so all of these projects on this list, really all of what we do in K-12 is delivered through a construction management approach, which means we're serving the district. It's different than a general contractor, and Becky's gonna get into that a little bit. Some of the pictures on the following pages, some of these projects are local that we've worked on. Up in the top of one of the pages there is the Flint public library that's recently been renovated, and it's an extraordinary space. Some of the signature spaces within Flint that we've worked on are Atwood Stadium, Ketterington University, and locally nearby Swartz Creek Community Schools, and we're working right now with the Genesee ISD. And these are all as construction management services. So we really serve the districts to manage the overall construction. Then there's some pictures of some others that we've done with Stantec on following pages, and you're currently working with Stantec on these ESSER fund projects as they're being developed. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Becky to talk
You're
about.
all right, you can stay there.
Okay.
So good evening. I'm on page 9. So as a construction manager, who we are, we're professional service. We're not a contractor, no different than Stantec is to you. And we look at as ourselves as another department of yours, just as like your human resources or your finance. We are here to serve you. And what that does is it positively influences the outcome of the project. You can see over here in the blue box, I think the most important is we are 100% your advocate. So everything we do is in service of the district, Flint Community Schools. So I'm going to flip now to page 10. And some of the differences for construction manager and general contractor, as Gary was mentioning, the construction manager items are listed on the left-hand side. We typically can save the district 15 to 20%. That is not only through our contract, but also through our proven processes when we manage the contractors and through the bidding and procurement phase. We are all about maximizing every dollar and putting it back in the classrooms. We do that through fewer change orders, our public bidding and procurement phase. We're owner-focused. Everything we do is about the owner, Flint Community Schools. We have a collaborative team working relationship with Flint Community Schools and Stantec. We're all here together as one group, serving in interest of the students. And then lastly, I think the other most important one is open book. Everything we do is open book. There are no secrets. You have access to our softwares to log in and look at every change order, every contract comes across your desk. Everything we do is scrutinized to the fullest extent. And then lastly, if you want to flip to page 11, I'm just going to briefly talk about the services we provide. So again, we're here to build a partnership. We often provide facility needs assessments to help build the future of the district over the next 20 or more years. This diagram here on the right shows kind of what the deliverable is. We'd have a lot of items for every one of your schools and cost estimates, and all of that would be prioritized. Bobby's going to talk a minute about pre-construction services, but we have the best-in-class pre-construction team in-house. We do constructability reviews to help minimize change orders. We go through a very rigorous competitive public bidding and award process to make sure we're saving and maximizing every dollar. And then we administer 100% of the construction portion of the project. So project management, quality, trade coordination, safety is always our most important through the community and staff and students. Communication with you, the administration team, and the principals and everyone at the building level. And then certainly cost control and schedule management. I turn it back over to Bobby. Thank you.
I just want to interject that the things that we talked about that we oversee and manage and things, so it's on your behalf, that's different than a general contractor approach. They do not have those deliverables in their contract. So by contract, we are service to you to oversee projects. That's different. So we're not a general contractor. Construction management is different. So that's kind of a nutshell of it.
And a general contractor would typically only be involved for one phase, not years of partnership and looking out for the district's best interests.
So from a pre-construction standpoint, I'm assuming if you don't do this every day, I'm going to just kind of give you an overview of what pre-construction services are. So when the design team, you've hired a design team, and that design team's working on drawings, there's various levels of design. The first level of design is called programming. The second level, schematic design. Then there's design development. Then there's construction documents. So at those organized phases of the design, our job as construction managers to provide cost advising, is to provide what we call value engineering, which is driving costs down. And then it's also providing facility assessments. We go into existing facilities and see how much it's going to cost to renovate those, and then give you good, better, and best solutions. And our job is really to be an extension of Flint Community Schools, so that we're basically providing every dollar that we possibly can to your scholars. And through that, that's done with a lot of resources. We've got a very large pre-construction estimating team. So right now, as you can tell, when you go to order anything, you don't know when you're going to get it or how much it's going to cost. Our job is to be keeping our finger on the pulse of the market and advising in the best possible way, so that as we move through those phases of design, you're making choices that are the most informed for Flint Community Schools. So that pre-construction phase of the project is by far the most influential, just because it's when you're making the decisions that is going to happen when you actually build the facility. So if you don't have the right information early on, it's very tough to make the best decisions. So our job, and we take it very personal, is to advise the best possible advice so that you can make the best decisions. And when you saw the list that Gary showed you of those K-12 districts, this is what we do. It's our most important market. It's what we're laser focused on. It's what our people are very good at. And we'd be very excited to be involved in your construction projects. So I think with that, Kevin, that's everything that we had prepared. And we tried to leave this in a book. That way you can take it and see everything we talked about.
Questions?
Do you have a website?
We do. It's www.clarkcc.com. Ms. McIntyre, I'd also encourage you to look in social media and see, whether it's Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, and see the types of posts that we do as well.
Can you repeat your website, please?
Yes, it's ClarkCC, as in constructioncompany.com. And there's two major Clark construction companies. One's out of Bethesda, Maryland, and they do about $5 billion a year. And we're out of Lansing, and we do about $500 million a year. So it's easy to get those two confused. But I've personally been working in Flint since I renovated Atwood Stadium and haven't left Kettering University's campus in, 7 or 8 years, I think. So Gary just finished up the library. So we recognize also our job is very, very much to keep as much local involvement as possible. And the dollars you spend in construction, it's much better spent with community members building it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to this Clark company, I got 3 or 4 different questions, but I'll try to limit them to just a couple. I really want to know that the company's so vast, and it's wide, and it's big, it's huge. How do you zero in with the district and their vision to the details? How do you keep that transparent? How do you do that? Do you like to operate through one person or 2 persons, or do you have some protocol where it is transparent and that it is effective?
Yeah, so I think that that's a wonderful question, because that is really what I'd call the secret sauce to successful projects. And what that really starts with is that relationship between the construction management firm and the architectural firm. And when there's a strong relationship there, they're very good at designing, we're very good at administering construction projects, and we're doing all of that dirty work and getting all of those things done, and our job is to put that on a platter for you to easily see what it is and easily digest it. And that's for everyone. That's not just for the person who understands the design process and who understands and builds every day. It's our job to put that in a very, very digestible format. So if this isn't something you're familiar with every day, it's our job to make it so that you can understand it. And that's something why I think that Gary and the rest of the K-12 team are very, very good at and focused. That's a fantastic question.
I'm going to just tack onto that, because we put a project team specifically working with you and with the architect. And so just like you would expect reports from your different departments, that's what you expect from your construction manager, to provide reports, updates, get your input on what you want, because it's all about you. It's what you want. We service you, so.
The other a follow-up to that would be, So the architectural firm and the construction manager, so being a former skilled tradesman with 2 journeyman's cards, so where's the line of demarcation?
So we work with the architect during the pre-construction, like we talked about, and pulling the design documents together and see that they're designed within the budget. And then we put the entire package out for bid to all of the individual trade contractors. So to the electrical contractor group, to the drywall contractor, to the individual trade contractors. And then the contracts, then they get reviewed, the numbers get reviewed. We put together a recommendation for award of the apparent low responsible contractor, and then that award recommendation for those contractors comes to the board for each individual trade being awarded, and the board then approves each trade contract to be awarded. That's different than a general contract arrangement where the general contractor can just hire anybody he wants to hire to do the electrical work, the block work, where every trade is brought to you for approval of the award of the trade contract.
Thank you. You knew exactly where I was going. Thank you.
Anyone, I don't know who's next.
Can you
Danny,
explain,
Chris.
how you got to this, I guess this is $24,123,444. I don't have my glasses, so
Page
I'm
11.
thinking that's what that says. I'm hoping that's what that says.
I can help with that. So this is an example, sorry. This is an example of if we were going to be doing a facility assessment study, and we were going to assess all of numerous, sorry, if we were doing a facility assessment study, where if we were doing, these were a list of all your schools, and then these were the high priority, medium priority, low priority items as we went through and did an assessment. That way you're deciding where to spend if you've got, as an example, $100 to spend, but you've got $200 of needs. We walk through that process to show you where you spend those dollars where. And this is just an example of a previous project.
Had a facilities assessment done. Yes, didn't we have a facilities assessment? Okay, so we wouldn't need none of this, right?
Well,
For
but
this $24 million.
as the documents are being designed, though, for that facility assessment, as you get into each project, and we even, when we get involved, we take a look at the facility assessment and do a check of the numbers with the current market situation, too. But
Okay, and let's say if we were doing, so this isn't building anything, this isn't a nail, this isn't anything but just your directive and your expertise for this $24 million.
no, that's all of the trade costs for this
Okay,
particular
okay, so that's the
project.
cost of work actually getting done.
Yes,
That's what I'm trying to find out.
But
Okay,
it's
thank you.
another project, it was just.
yes.
Right, I understand that, yes.
So our service is just, I think I should clarify. So we talked about the difference between construction management and general contractor. When a general contractor works for you, they get a fee that's maybe 15 to 25% for their fees. The construction and they don't really deliver the same services. We work for the district doing much the same things as a general contractor does, but it's really focused on you. And so our fees and our staff are in the range of 7 to 9.5% rather than the 15 to 20%.
And that does include the RFP process, right?
Yes, and it includes the on-site management of the construction during the construction. With a general contractor, you'll have one of their people showing up maybe, once, twice a week on the site to take a look and see that things are going well. We're there full-time doing it. It's
Okay.
staff for you, overseeing it for you.
So let me say this, because this board took a vote to let Troon Law Firm handle our RFPs. So now, should we be checking that out, or are we gonna just violate their contract? Are we gonna violate their contract and just do what we wanna do? Because we took 4 votes that Troon will handle contracts for construction, renovation, all things property. So I think we should find that out as a district, so we won't be in violation of anybody's.
Yeah, we work with Troon a great deal. Troon being legal counsel, and Troon handles probably 90% of construction contracts in K-12 in Michigan. So yeah, they handle just exactly what you're talking about. So they write the construction management contracts, they write the architect's contracts. And so our services is much like Troon's services and architect services. It's a professional service. And so it's a little bit different buying arrangement than the typical bidding and award of contracts. But Troon, yes, definitely handles all of that.
Trustee Gamble.
Thank you. Probably about 5 questions. Who are your competitors in the state of Michigan?
In the K-12 market, AUK is a competitor. McCarthy Smith is a competitor. Granger does some K-12. Chrisman does some K-12.
Okay. Do you have competitors other than those who just do K-12? Maybe they work on high rises.
Oh, yes, yeah. So I've been doing K-12 for about 30 years, and I've done other markets through the years, but Bobby focuses on university work, and so his competition is a little bit different.
Okay. So what is the length of your typical contract?
We do, these lists of schools here that we have on here, it's typically bond programs. We're working with
I'm sorry,
school bond programs, a lot of these are, that are listed on here. There's several of them, though, that are the ESSER fund projects that we've gotten involved with recently. So the school bond programs can go anywhere from usually a couple of years to even as long as 9 years, depending on, you know, how they're selling the bonds, because they typically sell bonds in series in order to keep the millage at a lower rate. So it's laid out over time for individual school districts. So it can vary, and with school districts too, where we've worked with them under one bond program, we're always brought back when they want to do another bond to help them. And we help with bond campaigns too, but that's a whole separate discussion. But
So whether it be a bond or whatever, you're going to be there from what, beginning to the end?
yes.
Till construction is completed?
And through the warranty period, yes.
When your services are employed, is there any need for a general contractor?
No.
So that is out. And you're paid this, what, would you say 7 to 9.5% of the cost of the build?
Yes, and you know, on larger projects, it's actually less than that. That's based on about a $6 million figure. So if you, let's say you double that, we don't need to double our staff in order to cover double that amount. And our staff is our biggest portion of the.
Okay, yeah, I think this might be the last one. So you had mentioned something about change orders. If there is a change order, are you looking to have in your contract that you would approve or deny the change order, or that still comes before the board?
That all comes before the board.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, everything we do is you direct.
I'm good.
Any more questions?
Mr. Jones?
Thanks so much.
Are we finished? Any board members, are we good? Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, board members, for taking the time to listen. We were in a special board meeting, I want to say the first day of May on that Monday, and this is when we talked about having a construction management company come and support all the renovation work that we are determining to do. And many of you asked to have them come and listen to what they had to say. And so working with Stantec, Stantec spoke with us. We met with them yesterday about Doyle Ryder. I have some schematics here. If you would like to see, for those of you who couldn't make it, I brought some extras just so you can kind of see what Doyle Ryder is currently about to look like. And so we don't have to, I'm not discussing it, but I will definitely take you on a tour and we can go further into that process. Ms. Linda Booz was present and board president was also present. Ms. Booz, do you have one of these?
I'm sorry?
Do you have one or you need one?
Oh, no, I don't need one. I reviewed it yesterday.
Okay, can you give board member, thank you, sir. And so just wanted to make sure you had that, but this was a part of the conversation because we're going to have, hopefully we're going to have more projects in the time of ESSER, and so we're going to need some support with managing those projects. And that's why we wanted to have Clark come and speak to you today.
So I have a question, maybe a comment or concern. So whatever we're going to be working on, just for instance, we've been talking about Northwestern. So this company here will also just oversee everything, and do they do any feasibility costs or seeing what it would cost to renovate, or do they do all of that? Or?
I'm sorry, I wouldn't be able to.
Well, we can talk about that later, but I was just concerned, do they follow us through all the process of all the schools that we're working on?
So I think we've done a lot of that work. The board has already made sure that a lot of that work has been done. However, the architect goes in with us. When we go into Northwestern, the architect will go in with us, and we'll talk about, just like we did with Doyle Ryder, we walked through, many of you were present, and we start determining what needs to be done at the school, and then Clark will come into that conversation after we have determined that work to deal with the general contracting, RFPs, and all of that. Okay, I just wanted to make sure we had that time and that space,
Okay.
because we don't want to delay on getting the work done that needs to be done with our projects. Okay. So I'm just going to take a few minutes here and just kind of go over some of the highlights of what's been going on in the district to complete the communique. I want to start by acknowledging the scholars, families, and teachers, staff, and community members that joined us last week for the Community Relations Committee of the Whole. And I want to thank the board members and Mr. Chris Del Maroney for leading that meeting last week. As you know, the school-family relationship is key to our success, and this was shown in full force last week through your comments, public and staff members, and productive conversation. The district's administration, and especially this board, were able to hear and value your feedback. This was only possible through a respectful and productive dialogue from all involved parties. Of course, we all have the same goal and to support our scholars' academic and social and emotional journeys, as we are thrilled to have you as partners in this endeavor. We want to beseech our public to please continue to come to board meetings to make your voice heard. Our board wants to hear you, and so does the administration. We are here together to support our scholars and do what's best for our school community. Throughout the district, we have events and initiatives to help support scholars and families. Last week, we hosted our outdoor community resource fair at Potter Elementary. At this event, we celebrated and shared helpful information on the Flint Community Education initiatives, programs, partners, and resources. This included Youth Quest and the Genesee Health Plan. To best support our scholars and help them achieve their career aspirations, Southwestern Classical Academy hosted its annual college and career fair with scholars from Southwestern, Holmes, and Accelerated Learning Academy. The event included colleges, universities, military, technical schools, businesses, and organizations. These opportunities to learn about career options extend past the classroom. Meanwhile, a group of Accelerated Learning Academy scholars had the opportunity to tour Eastern Michigan University to learn about post-secondary options and take a tour of the campus. We are pleased to offer these opportunities to inspire the next generation of Flint scholars to achieve their dreams. We thank Eastern Michigan University for hosting us and informing this group of scholars, and we appreciate our ongoing partnership. Last week, 74 of our seniors attended Decision Day at Mott Community College and announced their next steps after graduation. Our scholars will pursue careers in the workforce, serve their country in the armed forces, or continue their academic journey at universities across the country, including right here at Mott Community College and the University of Michigan. Go Blue. Graduates will also be heading to cosmetology school. Eastern Michigan University, Grand Valley State, Michigan State, University of Kentucky, Oakland University, Savannah College of Art and Design, also Wayne State University, and many more were mentioned from our scholars in Flint Community Schools. We do want to spotlight, as we did last week, Mr. TK, who will be attending Morehouse College after receiving over $1 million in scholarships. He will also be featured on Good Morning America in the coming weeks. So hats off to you, and not only TK, yes, yes, yes. Not only TK, we don't want to just shine a light on one student, but all of our scholars who are receiving those type of accolades. We appreciate you all, and we thank you for the work that you are doing. Of course, our seniors still have 3 weeks until graduation, and their time with us is not yet complete. Seniors' final day is this Friday, and they will receive their cap and gowns ahead of graduation on June 7th. This is a huge step towards the success of their academic career and journey. Graduation is not the only celebration we are excited for, as we still will host our first prom in 2 years on Saturday, May 21st. They're going on the Princess Boat, if any of you know what that is. We're chartering 3 buses, and they're going to Detroit on the Detroit River. That boat goes over into Canada and swoops around and come on back to Michigan. That is May 21st, and if you want to see them off, we will be at Southwestern Academy at 2:30. All right, if you want to see them off this Saturday. Scholar achievements will be celebrated in full force at our upcoming scholarship award ceremonies. Next week, scholars at Southwestern will be recognized with awards and scholarships highlighting their academic journeys at Flint Community Schools. Awards include the academic awards in NWA, SAT, and it goes from there, and culture and climate. We are also pleased, and I'm going to try to wrap this up, Flint Northwestern class of 1965 scholarship. This fund awards 2 students with $500 in scholarships each year. Eligible students must meet a GPA requirement, receive a recommendation from a teacher or community leader, and write an essay. I want to thank the class of 1965 for continuing to pay it forward over 55 years after they walked across the stage and accepted their diplomas. All of these events, ceremonies, and celebrations lead up to the big day, which is June 7th. This is a big day for our Flint scholars, and we look forward to it. From June 21st to July 21st, we are thrilled to once again offer summer learning experience programs Families are encouraged to register now. Families, register now, please. Families are encouraged to have their children be a part of this great program. We're looking forward to that. As we look ahead to 2022-23, we encourage new families to begin planning for their children's academic journeys. If you know someone with a scholar going into preschool or kindergarten, please encourage them to reach out now to begin the enrollment process. We are fortunate we just had a kindergarten roundup event on May 17th, and there's also one tomorrow as well. You can look at our website to get more information. The future of Flint Community Schools is bright, and we continue to have much to be proud of. We are using ESSER funds to create improved learning spaces and applying for grants for new buildings. Flint scholars will continue to be supported, both in and out of the classroom. And let's not forget supporting our staff, as you heard our board members tonight and before. I want to thank our scholars, families, teachers, staff, residents, and of course you, our board members, for the dedication and work this school year. And I look forward to working collaboratively to build off the momentum. And as usual, we say our goal is our success. Thank you very much, board members.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. All right. Congratulations to our students and our teachers. Continue, Mr. Jones.
Right. And now we go to finance and operations, actions, and I'm going to ask our team to come over. I seek a motion and second from the board to approve action item 11.9, authorization to extend lawn maintenance services.
So moved.
Support.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm ready to go to sleep here. It's been properly moved and second. Is there any discussions? Is there any discussion? Yes, Vice President.
This is temporary or one-time lawn services. Did you find somebody to do our lawns permanently?
So we're going to be RFPing out. We have to bid out, but we need to get our lawn services done right now in the district, but we are going to be doing an RFP to bid out to determine who's going to have the longer contract.
So we still haven't addressed that, and then so how long is that gonna take? Is this gonna come back before me because we didn't get this out in time, and then we didn't get the RFP out in time? Because in a week or two, grass grow back.
The RFP recommendation in the July or June board meeting next month.
And I just want to share with the administration, I'm sad because that's June. That's June. We took that long to get our lawn care situation looked at. We gotta do better. Thank you.
Can we discuss what we discussed in the meeting with the board so that Ms. Carroll can be updated of why this has happened this way? Mr. Pete?
Yes.
Point of information.
okay.
Ms. McIntyre.
We discussed all this in the last meeting. President McNeil to Vice President McIntosh. Is this something that you want to cover again, even though we went over it last week? Because we already discussed.
This request was made by Mr. Jones.
President McIntosh, I don't see the point of going over it unless there are specific questions to be asked, since this was all hashed out and we've already done the work on this.
We're good, unless the board wants something
Yeah,
different.
Maroney's next.
So you're going to present at our June meeting, the request. Or go ahead, correct me.
In In the June meeting, I'm going to present we're going to put the RFP out. We have to wait for the respondents, and then we'll present the respondents and the lowest bid on that.
At a subsequent meeting to June.
At the June board meeting.
So
I'm
you'll-
sorry, yeah, the June board meeting next month.
So have the bids gone out yet?
No, it's going out this Friday.
This Friday?
Yep, I have
And-
two
and
two
that-
RFPs posting on Friday.
Does that
One
give
being
enough
this
time
one.
to get them back to us?
Yeah, I only
by
need to have it
June?
posted for like 2 or 3 weeks for that one.
Okay.
Pastor
And how-
Gibber? Oh, sorry.
How long have we known about this contract coming up due?
So last year, we renewed it in the June board meeting, so this is part of the issue. When we went back through the meetings, we didn't know that this had expired. So last year, we renewed in June as well. So now we're trying to catch up, so that way we won't have this happen again. But we have a list going, so this should not happen in foreseeable future. We have a list going, we know when they're expiring.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Pastor Gibber?
Thank you, Madam President, to Ms. Wolf and to Pete, and also to the superintendent. We can't keep repeating this type of stuff. We have to, if it comes up for non-renewal or the contract, we need to get in front of things and make sure that we get the biggest bang for our buck. I think that's the change that I seek as a fiduciary and a trustee of this board, is that what I'm finding is that it seems like we can't get what the decision of the board, decisions that we make, they're not fluid, they're not a priority. And maybe I'm just all over the place, I don't know. But some of this stuff that comes up, comes through the CAL, goes to the regular board meeting, and then we act on it, and then and that's it. And that culture, that mindset, as they used to say in the plant, you got to get her done. And that's all I'm saying to the administration, to Ms. Wolf, to Pete, to all of us. And that's what we've got to change. We got to kind of try to keep up. It's on the board too. We have to read, we have to follow along, we have to be here, we have to communicate, all of these things. But it just seems like sometimes we're just spinning our wheels and we're going nowhere. And I just want to say that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. McIntyre?
Thank you, Madam President. So yes, here we are again. And points taken from Trustee Gilbert. However, I would respectfully like to remind the entire board that this was discussed last week and in subcommittee meetings at which not all the board members were present or were able to make it. So we need to do, as you say, the entire board needs to do due diligence. And if we're unable to make the board meetings, to review the notes, to review the minutes, to read the packets, we're up here today discussing something that's already been discussed. I just want to give my utmost thoughts and thank you to the administration for being here, especially last week we went to almost midnight doing this work that is now being regurgitated again and again. I respectfully request that we just be mindful of that and be respectful of the staff. The new CFO or the new assistant acting as CFO, I'm trying to, again, I've got a cold, I'm incoherent, I'm trying not to mention names, I'm trying to follow bylaws, but I just wanted to say to the acting financial staff, we really appreciate what you're doing. It's not a thankful job. We've got a lot of turmoil and turnover, and I just want to be mindful of not, as you say, we're spinning our wheels, but we're spinning our wheels because certain board members weren't here last week and now they're having the same conversations that we had last week. So the spinning of the wheels seems to me that we need to all take ownership for our own actions as well as pointing fingers around here. This discussion, we're on top of it. This year, we're head and shoulders above last year when we're trying to be more proactive about these contracts. This current financial administration is bringing it forward way before the last one last year because we were falling apart. And so to be doing what you're doing, I understand that there's going to be mistakes, there's going to be some missteps, but I believe we're all trying our hardest and trying to do our best. And I applaud you for what you're doing, trying to be proactive about these contracts. We're trying to be as vigilant as possible. Yes, it's not perfect, but like I said, it's way better than last year. But let's try not to, it's almost 8 o'clock. We're supposed to get done at 8:30. The committee, the regular meeting is supposed to just I don't want to say rubber stamp, but we did the work already. We had this discussion, so please, let's be mindful and not have the same discussion that we had last week where we already said these same things. We are where we're at, and we need to hold hands, move forward, and get the work done, I guess. So I just recommend that we just move forward with these agenda items where we've already discussed them, moved them forward, and if you'd like to see the discussions and the work that we did, you can go back into the meeting minutes. Thank you.
Is there any more discussion? Yes. 11.9.
Okay, this is was my question. So, this is for the the maintenance contract, 11.9, is that what?
The lawn service?
What'd you say, 11 point what?
No, you talking about, we're at 11, we're at
11.9.
11.9.
Okay, and that's the lawn service,
Yes.
right? Okay, the lawn service and the snow removal go together, right? That's the same company, right?
So right now, yes, but we're putting it out for bid so that somebody could bid on either or. So I'm not going to restrict it that one company has to do the lawn and snow. I'm going to allow maybe a snow company to do the snow and a lawn company to do the lawn. I want to get the best deal that we can get for the district. So
Okay.
the RFP that's going to be posted on Friday will have an either or both, so they could bid on both. So this contract right here is only a 60-day extension to get us through right now and the summer, right, like just these few days right now, because we do have summer programs coming up. We still have parents coming in our building, and it's imperative that we have the lawns mowed for
I
these.
understand the need to have
Yeah.
lawn service, and we still in a mess. Just like we was last year, we in a mess this year. And we're not prompt, we're not timely, we miss all our dates. So for us to be bidding on snow, then bidding on lawn, because we can't bid on time for a year contract or a 2-year contract. So every 6 months, we're gonna be on time bidding, because my thought would be, if we're gonna do that, while we're looking for lawn care services, we should be looking for a snow removal company too, if you guys decide we're not gonna, because in a minute, it's gonna be snowing again.
Well, yeah, that's what the bid is for. They could bid on either one or both. So the bid will be for snow and lawn.
Okay.
So the vendors can bid on one or the other or both in a combination.
So if they don't bid on snow, are you gonna immediately put the RFP out for snow, so it won't be February and we just trying to get snow removal? Because we gotta get in front of this. We
Yeah,
can't.
we need to see who responds to it, because if I get nobody bidding for snow, I do need to put the snow portion back out. But I may have
absolutely.
one or more companies that come back that could do snow, lawn, or lawn and snow.
Well, my point is,
So-
let's not wait till the last minute to look for snow removal, so we won't get caught in the same position, ma'am. Thank you so
Absolutely.
much.
Are there any more discussion?
I'd
Yes,
just like to make a
Trustee
quick
Gill.
comment. So, we're a cash-strapped district. And every time we put out a request for proposal, there is a cost associated with that, whether it be mailing, putting it in the paper, staff time to go through all the proposals. The either or both, this is the first time we're going to do that, right? We've done that in the past. Okay. I would suggest that the administration work towards developing a master calendar of all the contracts and when they come due, and then, backdate it to where the length of, to do the request and get them in and open them, because it's not good. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. So, that's, we've done that and sent it out to the board members several times, and that's what we talked about when we were discussing this matter. I would like to also say, like I said in that committee, we are ahead of schedule with almost all of our contracts this year. And if you look at the document that we sent you, you'll be able to see the dates. We sent it about 3 times since November because, Mr. Del Moroni, you asked us to. And so we created it. But we're ahead of schedule with food service.
Excuse me?
We're ahead of schedule with almost all of our contracts. And so I would like the board to acknowledge that when you look at that document, you'll see we're bringing food service in May. We're bringing the maintenance and custodial in May, because you did not want June to be full with all these contracts. So that's why we've been having so many contracts in subcommittee meetings to try to deal with what you had as chaos last year. So this one contract does not put us in a situation to where everything else we have done to ensure that contracts were better. I would not like this contract and this extension to have more light than all of the work that this administration has done. That's just what I wanted to say about that.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is to approve action item 11.9, 11.9.
11.9.
This will be conducted by a roll call vote. Ms. McIntosh,
Yes.
Pastor Gilbert,
Yes.
Ms. Green is absent, Trustee Del Moroni,
Yes.
Mrs. Booth,
Yes.
Laura McIntyre,
Yes.
myself is yes. 6 yeas, 1 absent. Continue, Mr. Jones.
I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve action item 11.10, authorization to perform boiler work.
So moved.
Support.
This has been properly moved and second. Is there any discussion?
Madam President,
Yes, Pastor Gilbert?
thank you. Pete, everything went well so far? You had any hiccups at all?
No, we put out the RFP. We initially didn't get enough, we initially didn't get enough responses, so we had to resubmit it and got adequate responses, and we recommended William E. Walter Mechanical, which is a local firm, and so.
Thank you.
Any further discussions?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. McIntyre.
How many companies responded to the RFP?
3,
Were they all from Flint?
Flint area, yes.
Thank you.
Are there any more discussions?
I just want to know which buildings need boilers.
Southwestern is what this this project is,
For Southwestern?
Yes, yes.
Okay, that's the only building currently?
yes, for this scope of work,
Okay.
yes.
Any more discussions? Seeing no further discussion, the motion to approve action item 11.10, authorization to perform boiler work will be conducted by a roll call vote. As I call your name, please say yes or no. Vice President Karen McIntosh?
Pass, come back to me.
Pastor Gilbert?
Yes.
Mr. Green is absent. Trustee Del Maroney?
Yes.
Mrs. Booth?
Yes.
Laura McIntyre?
Yes.
Myself, Dr. McNeil, yes. Carol
Yes.
McIntosh, yes. 6 yes, 1 absent. Continue, Mr. Jones.
I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve action item 11.11, custodial and maintenance services.
Support.
Support. Do I have a second?
Second.
It has been properly moved in second. Is there any discussions?
Yes, it is. It says company name to be, so we gonna move something and vote on it, and we don't even know who the company is? Is that
Yes,
what,
that-
Point of
11.11.
information. Yeah. we
is that what it
We
is?
got a walk-in or add-on right here.
Is that what that is?
Covers it.
Let me see it then. So we got it tonight and we voting on it tonight? Aren't we supposed to get it prior to and then move it to the full board? And that ain't what's happening. Last time we got these T to be determined, we were told we get the information before the meeting that we were supposed to vote. Now here we are at the meeting, getting ready to vote, just not getting the information. As usual, we have a process. We bring the information before the board, a full board, and then we move it to the next board to be adopted. We're not doing a portion of the process, which is cutting us out of our due diligence, which means when they come up here, you don't have a chance to get your questions together, and then you vote on it, and then the district is getting beat because you didn't have time to read it over, highlight it, think about it, and then bring those questions to the people that you're gonna be speaking before to make a positive and the best decision for the district. So when we vote for all this, it's a no for me. I'm not voting for nothing and I don't have the information before I vote on it. No.
So can I speak?
Mr. Jones.
So we discussed this last week in the board meeting, and we discussed that we were going to bring you our decision from the RFP tonight. That's what we discussed, and that's what we did.
Well, when I was at the board,
I-
excuse me, the board meeting I was at when we had all these to be determined, I specifically asked, I said, these companies that are to be determined, we don't know who they are. I was told, we're looking, but when we get that solidified, basically, we will give you that information. I specifically said, well, I get it before I have to vote, and I was told yes. Now, am I not voting tonight?
That was for food service when we had that conversation.
I know, but I meant it for all of them, because we had
Okay.
about 4 to be determined.
Okay, so that we discussed for food service, and the board asked for Miss Monica. Some of you said, no, don't send me all of that. That was for food service, and Miss Letitia spoke about the maintenance and custodial service and what that meant last week. So I'm going to let you repeat that so we can bring the board back up to speed with that. So the one for food service, we sent to all the board members because board president stated last week that we were going to let you see the 4. And so Ms. Monica sent that information out to board members. Yes.
And is that the email I got that said, look that over and pull it up electronically and take my vote? And it had to be in by Sunday at 5 o'clock and send that information to the board president, and she'll let me know what was voted on? Because it said, I had an email that said in lieu of, since we got such hectic schedules, we ain't gonna have no in-person board meeting, we gonna just pull it up electronically and vote on the phone by email.
So the email you're speaking about, I don't know how you got that particular email. So that email was for the group, because we did meet in person for over 2 hours. It was close to 3 while we were reviewing all of these food service contracts. Then, in lieu of meeting again in person right away, we gave everybody from that time I sent that email on Thursday until Sunday to review it electronically, score out your score sheets, so that email was specific to the group that was part of the review process. And then we met again on, I think it was Monday or Tuesday, that we met again to then solidify everybody's discussions, if they had any more questions, and we did the final review for food service. So for food service, that email that you have, that you're speaking of, was sent to specifically the review group. It had all of the documents in it. It did have the link for everybody to be able to review those documents. So there was nothing in there you couldn't read, but you weren't on the initial review team, so I wouldn't be able to accept the packet because we had to keep the integrity of the team that was part of the initial review team for the RFP. So you weren't supposed to score anything out or review, but you had full access to all of the documents the review team had.
So back to my original question, because the last meeting I was at, I was told that I would be given something prior to coming to this meeting voting. So I thought that was the something, because I haven't received anything else. And like I said, when I came up to the district Friday, Monday, documents wasn't available. And no, I don't have to look at them online. I should be having the option to get a hard copy like I've been doing for the last 5.5 years. Now, I'm being told that there was some meetings where did we have a meeting, the board?
No.
So when were we gonna get the information to look at it and review it before the vote?
In that email that you had, those documents were in there. I didn't forward that email to the group, so I'm not sure. So I can't speak for somebody else's email.
I got you. So we're not gonna be given the information. It's just to be determined and show up today and vote then. That's my option. So it's a no for me because I don't vote on stuff that I ain't got no information for. No.
Chris Demaroni.
So let's go to the review team. Who makes up a review team?
So it's a combination of whoever requested the RFP to go out, and then, well, I didn't request it, so I'm a very neutral party in this,
So
okay?
let me answer him.
Thank you.
Okay. So, depending on the RFP will depend on the review team. Board members wanted to be a part to hear what was going on, and so we let board president know. We spoke about that as well last week, board members that sat in these sessions. But we reviewed, we had documents, we had principals present. At the first review, we had students present, and we, as some of the administration, was present at that. And if I can remember correctly, I think there was 2 or 3 board members that decided to come and be a part of that. And so those that were there and a part of the session on Tuesday, those principals that were a part of it sent in their information. They were on the Zoom, they were on the screen. Board members were present, and those of us in the administration, we did our voting, and we tallied up the scores and came to the decision.
So I was at the one meeting. I want to think I was there more as an observer as opposed to helping anyone or whatever make a decision. Maybe I think I asked a few questions. Excuse me. Was everyone who was on the review team, did they have the opportunity and were they present for the entire presentation?
So there was no presentation. This
Well-
was all a review process, so I want to be clear that nobody came in and presented to us.
All right, let me back that up. I'll withdraw the presentation part. There were some handouts.
You talking about the binders? Or the email
Well,
link that she was talking about?
I think
that
we've
had-
gotten to the
Madam.
point right here where we're mixing things up, because I thought we were on the custodial thing, and now
Yeah,
we're talking
yeah.
about the food.
Yeah, we're on the
So-
custodian. Thank
Okay,
you.
so I'm referring, right now, my question on the food, because it came up.
Yeah, but we're on custodian.
So, all right, so can we just be on the
Yes.
custodian, we'll talk
Thank you.
about food
Yeah.
next?
Back to,
Okay.
we're on the, is there any more discussion on 11.11?
Is that the food?
No, we're not on food, we're on
Okay.
custodian.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yes,
So yes, I think that Carol, our trustee, Vice President McIntosh has a valid point with the custodial maintenance services. This was to be determined, and it also was my understanding that we'd get a little bit more information a little bit earlier. Is there some way, I know that the motion is on the floor, but perhaps to table this so that we can all look at the financial, is this a time sensitive, like, does it have to be done like tonight?
Oh, no, you guys want to table it, that's
I mean,
your,
so I'm
that's your
just-
choice, and I could support that, but I do want to stress that any decisions made, we'll have to push them to the June meeting, and in June, I will be presenting all the budgets, and I have transportation and this lawn care one
Sure,
coming
I
through.
mean, I understand
So I
that.
do want to be transparent about it, and I'm 100% open to it.
So, yeah, just for the sake of transparency and the sake that the board did request and has requested over and over again to have the information before the meeting and not vote at the same meeting that it receives the information. Now, I understand we'll also be looking at food service, which I understand is separate, and that that's a different situation. And then we're going to be looking at audit services, which is separate, and that's a different situation. But in terms of the custodial and maintenance services, that is something that I think that Vice President McIntosh is correct about, and that perhaps we should, table it in order to follow the procedure of the board.
So there's a motion.
Can I make a motion? We're in the middle of a motion and having a discussion.
We're having discussion.
a motion?
Christian Del Morone.
I make a motion to, if I may, I make a motion to table action item 11.11 to the next meeting so that the board members can have more time to review the financial specifications.
So there's a motion on the table, to table action item 11.11 for more discussion.
Madam President, thank you. I support the motions, but I would like for it to be a little bit more detailed as to what it is that we want or what information, because the information is important, but we just don't want to have information just to get it. We want the information that
The
the
whole
board
package.
members want, what their request is, whether it's Sister McIntosh or Sister Booz or whoever it is, because that's how we line things up and we can get more fluid. If we get what we want, then we can vote, and we won't have to do the tabling of it, because it leaves us no choice when we don't have the information before us, because I think that's what we should do. We need the information that we seek.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. McIntosh.
when you're doing new contracts, especially with new vendors that you've never dealt with, it is customary for them to come before the board to A, sell their product, B, answer the board's questions, because nobody in this district knows their business. So for us to be voting on new services, we haven't seen anybody, we haven't met anybody, we don't know anything, and we just, to be expected to yay, it is 150% irresponsible as fiduciaries. And we got, it was stated earlier, we got several items. In my opinion, all these vendors, if they're new contracts, should come before the board, like vendors have done every year, come before the board, pitch their product, we ask them questions or whatever, get it all aired out, then you move it forward to the full board or whatever, or you don't move it forward. That way, we getting some progress. Now, we here today with these 4 or 5 items. I'm gonna be honest, I'm voting no on everything. If I don't have details, you will not get my vote. I'm not squandering the district's money away like that. If we get details in the past and have been ripped off, how are you gonna solidify your position with a company and you don't have no details, no contract or nothing, and you gonna just yay?
So are we doing each, Mr. Jones?
So if I may, I understand this particular motion that's on the floor, not talking about this one. But what is the purpose of the RFP process if the team that's doing the RFP process votes and do their due diligence in the process, and then we still have to bring all those companies to the board? What would be the purpose of us following the rules of the RFP process if we have brought someone to you that we have done our due diligence and compliance as it pertains to the state, and we still have to come and bring it to all of the companies to the board, but we've done the RFP process? I guess I'm trying to understand what you're saying, and I'm not.
No, I'm gonna be honest with you, and I know, because we're held accountable. We're the board, and we're supposed to be watching you, making sure that we are working together to move the district forward. Because I might see something you don't see. We got all new people. And if that's what we did when we had veterans on the board, the people came before us so we can critique them. You wouldn't go buy a house and you ain't never seen the house. You wouldn't buy no $100,000 worth of services and you ain't never talked to nobody from that company based off what somebody else done said, but you finna spend your check. If it was our own money, there is no way we would receive no information about a company and vote for them. We literally have nothing, because if you can't tell me the company, you can't give me no details. So now you want me to give you my valuable vote that I asked the people to trust me to make sound decisions based off information. And they said, okay, Ms. McIntosh, you go work with the administration and you watch this and you do your due diligence, and then I'm gonna let you bring something before me to be determined and vote yes on it. How can I go into the community? And then if that is a cluster mess, I gotta show my face in this community. I live here. And when we do those meals and the taxpayers are paying extra on their taxes and I've botched that up and blew their money, they're mad with me. So I got to do my homework because they watching me.
I understand, and I just want to make sure that we are following the laws, and we talked about presentations last week as well, and we were told by the state we could not do that, and so we did have this conversation as well. So we're reiterating to you that we're just following the compliance.
And we understand.
And I'm not upset at the ask. I want to be clear. We're following the compliance. And so if we're going to do something different than that with all these services that we have on the table, I just want to make sure that's something, again, if we're going to,
Point of order. I made a motion.
Well, we supposed to be at a motion. Where we at now?
So I made a motion. It wasn't seconded, or it wasn't seconded, so does it,
Yes,
oh,
it
you
was.
did?
Yeah,
And then we're having a discussion on this?
Discussion on you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was not clear. It sounded like we were discussing this before.
So we're still on 11.11.
Correct.
Mr. Gilbert seconded your motion to table it until they bring all the information.
And so we're having a discussion on the motion to table.
Yes,
Thank you.
just 11.11.
Yes.
I do have a question. So 11.11, I can bring in presenters. My food service, I cannot bring in
Okay,
presenters.
that's
Okay?
fine.
So let's be
But
clear. I can bring those in
Let me-
next
One, we got
month.
too many
Point of
people
information.
talking. Hold
Point
on.
of information, if I may, Madam Chair, that there, I believe there is one food service representative here tonight.
Yep.
But they wasn't, maybe they wasn't invited or
But
whatever.
they're not on this
But they're not on the agenda.
They're
Okay.
not the one that they graded and selected.
Okay, I
So
see.
it's a public meeting,
But we're
anybody
going
can
too far.
attend.
We on
Okay.
11.11.
Point of
Yeah.
information, we're discussing 11.11
11.
only, and we trustee Delmarone.
Thank you.
So can you let them know what you needed to tell them? And if we table it, fine, but I need you to make sure that they understand, the board understands why you the RFP process chose that group. So when they get the information, they can know that while they're reading the information.
So I just want to clarify, you do want them to come present in June,
Are you talking about 11.11?
11.11 for custodial services.
We're looking for the date of the package. We're looking for everything. Do you guys want a presentation? Because we're tabling 11.11.
Yeah, because
I
I
just
want to know
wanna
what
make
their
sure I
promise
meet the
is
And
for
you
our
want to
money.
see CSM at the table?
That's old custodial services.
Yeah,
That's the new that's walked on,
Is, okay.
the new company, so.
Yeah, I want
let's
to talk
be
to
clear,
everybody.
we're at 11.11.
I want to talk to everybody.
Pastor Gary.
Thank you, Madam President. I guess for me, I understand my colleague's position, Sister Lauren, as well as Sister McIntosh. But my main question is that is CSM, and I thought about this from last week, about to be determined. It's in Hudsonville, Michigan. So, I mean, I guess because it does involve some trust in the administration and in our Ms. Wolf and Ms. Murphy, yourself, and others that's on that committee. But I guess my problem is that change is not easy. And I understand your pushback. I respect what you said. I really do. And I think as a superintendent, you should have that leeway to push back. I think that's good. That's good for us. Because now we're going to hold your feet even tighter to the rope. So I think that some of this is important because of what has happened in the past and the way things have been done. And when the board makes a decision, things are not followed through, and people don't, if we ask for it, it might not be the way you done it, but we asked for it. And so I guess that's what I'm saying. I don't know this company. They come from Hudsonville, Michigan. That's way out there by Grand Rapids or Muskegon or somewhere, because I've been out to Hudsonville before. I know, to football games. So I just want to know some of the details about the company. If they can come, fine. I would like for that to happen, but I think some of it just has to change, and we have to be ready to do that. And it seems like it's very difficult for the board, for the administration, for all of your cabinet, all of us. We're asking for change. We won't change. We haven't necessarily demanded it yet, but once we take a vote, that is the demand. So I understand your pushback. I do. But I think that's what we need to do to get there. We hear what you're saying, but do you understand what we're saying?
Absolutely.
That's all.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And Chris Demarone.
So let me say this. I have to ask these questions because, or questions in general, in this case, because where I come from, $2,550,000 is still a lot of money. Now, I don't see anything in here about how long is this contract for?
No details.
So we renew it annually. It's something we will renew
But
annually.
I don't see that in here, that it's a one-year contract, it's renewable annually, at whose option?
The board had requested this to go out for RFP at the end of last year. So once Pete got in here is when we started doing this process.
Okay,
Okay,
but
so that's what's driving this RFP for this one.
I'm not talking about the RFP. I'm talking about how long the contract is for. You say it's annually.
So, okay,
I
let
don't
me just
see that
clarify.
verbiage in here.
I was under the impression that every contract had to come before the board every single year.
Yep, that's what I was under the impression of, too.
So I just want to be clear,
So
that's
we-
why I have to bring this forth every year.
So what's being said tonight is that we only do one-year contracts?
So not all of our not all contracts in the district, not all contracts in the district, the agreements can be longer. The agreements can be longer, but we have to bring the contracts annually to you. That is the agreement from the board, is that we annually bring them to you when we're going to do a budget and we're going to spend each year. So we have to annually do those contracts. So we have an agreement, just an example, we have an agreement with Michigan State for 3 years, but we still have to bring the contract to the board for approval for that fiscal year.
Okay, so Michigan State's for 3 years, and I can accept that, because I'm sure there's that verbiage in the contract, 3 years renewable each year, okay? I don't know how it reads, but I don't even see 3 years in this one, is what I'm saying.
Nothing, just say yes. Just say yes, that's it.
The-
But I
the-
think, if you don't mind, that's why we're tabling it. They're gonna bring all that information back to us. That's why we're tabling it, because we don't have nothing but this.
Okay,
And so when we get the whole package stuff, we'll have the information you're looking for. This is all we have. And what this year is tabling it for them to bring it back and bring us what we're asking
okay.
for.
And Board Member McIntyre, I believe it was, asked if this was time sensitive. When does the old contract expire? Or
June
did
30th.
June 30th.
June 30th? Okay, very good. That's, I'm good.
Point-
Thank you.
Point of information, Madam President. What did you say, Ms. Wolf? I didn't hear you.
June 30.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Ms. McIntyre?
But I'd just like to say to the board, if we're gonna really do some work, we can't wait till June 30th to review these contracts. Because if you're not happy with something, the administration has to have the opportunity to go back to the contractor, speak with them, negotiate terms, get an understanding, bring it back to us. That's why, when I was the president, I tried to start this in March, and it was blocked. This year, I tried to start it early, and I don't know what in the world. And now here we are with our contracts looking at us, and we didn't do our homework again. And it's not because I haven't been asking, or I didn't tell us in time, because I did. If you start in March, if the contract is over in June, you can look at it in March and decide what you want for yourself in June, so that way when Ms. Tish get ready to talk to them, she know what we want. She ain't got to come back. Do you want blue? Do you want green? Do you want tall? Do you want short? We can get that hashed out. That's what we can be doing in our governance meetings, in some of our HR meetings. We're passing up those opportunities with the petty Betty and petty Freddie mess, and our dollars are getting away from us. We're not doing our due diligence as far as reviewing our vendors. We're short on teachers. We haven't done anything. See, and that's why I be so mad, because it hurt when you got an opportunity to make a big change and you sleep on your opportunity. That's it. That's it.
So, I want to say this. We lost, back in March, we lost about 6 weeks, 4 to 6 weeks, because the board was interrupted with some things. That's correct. And we lost a lot. We was in the midst of a lot of things. And a lot of things didn't get addressed, and because of some interruption from the board process. Then you had another person sitting. Have to go and find out what it is that I'm looking for. No data, no paper trail, no nothing. I had to learn. There was nothing to, for me to learn, but I had to learn. So we all had discussed this in our meeting, that nobody would be, we got to start over. We starting fresh. We lost a lot of time. Now, we have tabled this to get us the information. I'm 100% in agreement with this.
All right, so let's ask the question.
At 100%. One of the things that we did ask, that we wanted to know what your bidding process looked like. I thank you guys, you gave us the opportunity to come and look at what your bidding process. I never had that opportunity since I've been on this board. And you took the time and you gave us, those books are really big, and I go to the food program, impossible to print each one of them. But when we was there, we looked at them. Then you sent them to us digital. You sent us everything that you have. And it could have been a little confused because I even thought I should vote it, but then I called and found out I'm not supposed to vote. However, we had those digital booklets. Some people say they had computer they can look at. They had all the vendors to look at. And so that's what I was looking at. Just like I said, this CSM, I do have a problem with that because we don't have the data behind it. Then we had that discussion. And so, like I said, we lost a lot. 6 to 8 weeks we took from the kids, from the district, dealing with issues that we shouldn't have to deal with. Now our district is behind. And from this forward time now, we just got to move forward with the district. We gave away 6 to 8 weeks dealing with issues, board issue, not the children, not the teacher, not the administration, had nothing to do with, we had to readjust on this side of the fence, which we stole from the district, from the children, from everything, the board. So I'm ready to work, I'm ready to move on. Is there any more discussion on 11.11? If it's not any more discussion on 11.11, to table 11.11 and come back and bring it back
So
with the.
moved.
Oh, okay, with the requested information.
So moved.
Point of information, it's already been,
Yeah, it's already.
we just
You
have to
second
take a
it.
vote.
Yeah.
That's it.
So,
no
seeing no
further
further discussion,
Correct.
the motion to approve action 11.11, custodian and maintenance service, to table it and bring all the information that the board requested back to your, is it going back to your committee meeting, or is it coming back to the board as a whole? Will be conducted by roll call vote. As I call your name, yes or no. Carol McIntosh?
Yes.
Pastor Gilbert?
That's yes for table, right?
Yes, for table, yes. Thanks for, Chris Demaroni?
Yes.
Mrs. Booth?
Yes.
Laura McIntyre?
Yes.
Myself, Mike Neal, yes. 6 yes, 1 absent. Continue, Mr. Jones.
All right, thank you, board members. I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve action item 11.12, food service management services.
So moved.
Support.
Same problem.
It has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussions?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. McIntosh.
I would ask that all the things that say to be determined, let's not waste the time of the administration or the board. We don't have that information. Are we gonna vote for some stuff we don't have the information to? Why can't we bundle it and get the information, and then, do we have information to that?
I'm trying to figure out why we don't have the information.
Is we on food service yet?
Yes.
Yes, we on the food service. Remember, the food service, my understanding, clearly with the board, that we want to make sure that we got the new food service. We won't have any interruption, and these kids, when they, for the children in the summer month. And they work very hard, and they think they had 4 RFPs. I watched their process, and I guess this is who they came up with. But now, I know that we said it was very expensive, and everybody agreed that they can do it digital. I think Mr. Gilbert said he can look at it on his computer. Were you able to look at it?
Point of information.
Yes.
OMA says that we have to do stuff like that and deliberate as a board at the table, in the open, in transparency, when we're gonna take votes and make decisions. We
So-
cannot do that electronically.
No, it was just to look at the company.
Oh, to see the companies.
Oh,
But
yeah.
I would like to speak with the vendors. I might have a question. I might
Well-
want to know the nutrition facts.
Yeah.
I might want to know how much, what's the breakdown per meal. I got questions. If the administration, and I know it's not you guys' responsibility to fill us in on somebody else's company, that's why I'm requesting for the people who are selling the big dogs to
Point of
come before
information,
us.
That's what we was going to get to that point. When we first was trying to get them to come in, I think the federal state said we couldn't do it that way because it's a bid. So now they have voted for this company. My understanding, they can come in once
Yes, they
we,
can.
they can't come in or speak or,
So this is what it is. With the food service, that RFP, we work hand in hand with the state of Michigan in order to put that out. I can't just go draft up, Troon can't just go draft up the
Right.
RFP. It is
Right.
drafted by the state.
Right.
They walk it through every step.
We understand
The
that.
integrity of that is we have to, the presentation was not built into the RFP, so I cannot have vendors come in and do a presentation.
We can't speak to the vendors, is what you're saying.
No, so.
Well, how did we used to speak to Sodexo then?
I don't know, I wasn't part of the last RFP. So the integrity of the process is when we had, Chris was there, President was there, we had everybody there, the group, and we reviewed all of the books, and we did it on three separate occasions, basically. We had the initial one that was about 3 hours long, then everybody had 4 days to review it on their own electronically, then we came back together and we had our score sheets.
Wait, let me say this, Ms. Tish. You see how you guys did all that deliberating and to make a decision? The board wants that same opportunity. Now, we might
So-
not be able to get as elaborate as you guys.
I can tell you this, you guys can go against what the team came up with because we averaged the points out for every single line. And if you do have to write a letter to MDE requesting that you select a different vendor than what is
I'm
recommendation.
not trying to select a different vendor. I'm trying to talk to the vendor that you're trying to get me to select so I can ask them some questions as far as billing and what they're offering.
I did go to Tammy and I did ask Tammy at MDE if we could have the vendors come in and do a presentation. And because it was not built into the RFP, I cannot.
point of information. However, the board can take a vote and request, once we select this vendor, am I correct? Like we did with Sodexo, we took a vote and had Sodexo to come to the table.
It doesn't matter once, sorry, Madam Chair, but if we say yes to them and we take a vote, it's pointless to have them come. They have the contract then.
MDE does still have to approve it. So even if the board says yes tonight, when MDE reviews all of the documents we submit up, they also have to say yes. So it is a joint effort in this. It is not just us saying yes. It has to be both parties saying yes. So the state has to say yes and the board has to say yes.
Then Mr. Jones was trying to get in.
Madam Chair, thank you, Superintendent Jones and Ms. Wolf. I got to get my mind clear, because if it's compliance and the presentation part of it is not in the RFP, or it is or it's not, I mean, I don't get it, but yet the MDE has got a compliance or some rule that they're saying that the board can't exact any decisions. They have to take a look at that first. That's what I'm hearing. Maybe I got to, because my mind's not clear on this as to they can make a presentation or they make a bid, these 4 companies, but how is it that we're going to make a decision, but we can't see it? I don't, something is missing in my thinking, or something's missing somewhere. And so, Ms. Wolf, can you help me?
Mr.
Or
Jones,
Superintendent,
yes,
thank you.
yes.
Superintendent, help me
So-
out, make this clear for me, because
Okay,
I'm
so-
messed up.
Listen closely, please.
So what we did is, Ms. Tish, took over and tried to ensure, I think you started in March?
No,
was it-
actually, I think this got brought up in the January
Okay.
board meeting.
So-
Then it was requested for me to do that, so I reached out to MDE late January, beginning of February. So this has been going on since February,
Okay.
this
And-
whole process.
And so, we took the process that was given by MDE, we put the bid out. However, as we discussed last week, we asked MDE, after the bid was out, can we do presentation? Because the board wanted to see food, they wanted to see their presentation. And so when we got that information
Yeah,
from
you
the
said that.
board,
Yep.
we went back to ask.
They said
And we couldn't do it from that point. And we were still in the process, so we didn't want to start this process over. We're gonna have to extend the contract, and it's gonna probably take us 3 months. So I'm fine with that if that's what the board wants, but we're gonna have to bring an extension to you if we need to put out the RFP. I'm not saying, no, don't do this. I'm saying if you want us to put that, the information we received is you need to put that in the RFP process up front. And so we received the booklets with all the meal information, with all of the ideas and the information that those groups were going to give us to determine whether we were going to pick a certain vendor. And so we used we went over each booklet, and we determined, based on the votes that everyone did around the table and that were involved, we had to tally the scores to determine who won that bid according to that process.
Okay.
So, as far as them bringing presentations, we discussed trying to have some type of presentation where all of them come together in one building, and that was denied.
Okay.
So we did try to do that, but that was denied because of the initial RFP.
Well, just one final comment, Madam President, and to the superintendent and to the staff, the RFP committee. In my mind, I could be wrong, but it seems like that you put these companies in some way to it disadvantages them. In my mind, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm looking at it wrong, I don't know. But I don't know, it just seems like that they got our feet tied to the fence post and we can't break loose as a board. That's what it sounds to me like. And somebody, I understand what you're saying, but Madam President, go ahead, help me out.
I call it the CFCFP food program, reimbursed by the federal government.
Right.
I found out the hard way too. You have absolutely no control over their rules and regulation. It's reimbursed, it's criteria that we have to meet. And those bids could not be open. That's why I wanted to see myself, how did you first got started. And so I got a chance to see it. I would suggest that, those people that did not want, could not come, cannot pull it up, give them a booklet, let them use it, because they're really nice big binders. But now, once you guys selected your vendor, once you selected that vendor, we was given the opportunity prior to that was to look at these different vendors so you can see some of the good service. Because I didn't have all the board inputs and stuff like that, and I was going through it, just so happened you got one of the greatest, because one of the things that this board wanted was top-class food for our kids. And this vendor, I hear, is a little bit more expensive, but that's fine too, I hear. But you really, once we select, like Sodexo was already selected, so we could bring Sodexo in, they did a presentation. I don't know other way how to say it, is that, that food program is by the government. We have no control over it. They can take it away from us. We violate one rule, they'll take it away from them. The kids won't be able to eat. We're stuck with this because they reimburse us. What I like about this particular place, it was a good return on the money. I saw where they would provide a food truck. I saw, looking at the booklet, it answered everything that we signed the previous board before you got here that we was upset about. But I just know for a fact if we violate 1 inch and you have to pay all that money back, we don't have to pay a dime. It's free lunch, it's free. But it's not nothing, in my opinion, what we had before. That's all I can say, but I would like for them to physically look at that binder because I couldn't take it with me because they're expensive to look at it. And you're gonna be very, very happy, but it's just for each board member decision. And I don't know where else to go from this, Mr. Jones, or?
I would like to see something in writing from the state saying that, but we're not allowed to speak to the food vendor. I'd like to see, if that's a rule, they're gonna have to have that in writing. I'd like to see that.
I didn't see where you couldn't speak to them at.
Because that's all I ain't asked, hold on, because I think it might be a misconception here. I'm not asking for a meal. I'm not asking for Chef Boyardee to come out here with flames, spinning food. I'm asking for somebody from this company that knows their nutrition values, knows how their processes work for food distribution to kids, know how much each serving costs per child, so we can do some, that's what I'm asking for. I can buy my own lunch. I ain't that hard pressed for no meal. I want to talk to somebody so I can know the facts, so I can make an informed decision for our students as it pertains to the meal service company we're about to employ. For God only, I don't care if it is from the state. It's charged to us. When the state pay it, they're gonna say this portion is for Flint, and that's gonna count for our portion. So I wanna make it count. I wanna know what we're getting for our portion. That's it.
Go ahead, you were about to say something. I just want to make sure. Okay.
My concern is for the scholars of the district and the summer food program. When we do our June board meeting, we're right up into summer school. I can't guarantee that
Well,
we can make it happen.
we have ESSER funds. You can't get a caterer to give them lunch for a couple of days until you get the vendor together, like you gonna pay somebody to do the line until you get that together.
I don't know if the federal government would allow us to allow just anyone that is not certified.
I ain't saying anyone.
Well, they would have to be, a vendor that is certified from the federal government to serve our scholars food. So I don't think it's that simple, but I guess it's difficult to know these things after the fact, board members. I think this is hard when, you know, we offer opportunity for you to be present at the RFP process, and now that it's at the table, it gets a little difficult to where we have to now figure out how to start over when we're up against.
Do you have to start over?
If you want presentations.
If we want to talk, I don't know, you
We
keep,
have to start the process over.
to speak to
started
somebody
this.
and ask them details.
If you want a presentation, that needed to be written into the RFP process, which when this was brought to
So
me-
from now on, if talking to a vendor is considered a presentation, put it in every RFP, we require a presentation in. Because when you finna spend hundreds of thousands, maybe millions, it don't matter whose dollars it is, not to be able to even speak to somebody. I mean, and I understand you want your time value because you put all that time into it. But we want our time value too. We come to these board meetings, we work around our schedules, we scramble, we change stuff around, and then you want my vote. You got to have my vote. So don't disregard me when it's time to inform me, is all I'm saying. I like to speak, I like to, because you can't answer the questions for their company. You can't. So that's all. I'm sorry.
So where do we go from here?
We're in discussion, where the
We had a
motion is on the
motion.
floor.
What are we doing here now? Are we having any more discussions?
Point of information, could you repeat the motion that's on the floor right now?
We was, doing 11.12,
Yep,
and we was in discussion about the food.
for passage.
That's
Yeah.
correct. That's correct.
And so we had action 11.12, food service management service.
Just one quick question,
Yes,
ma'am.
and you was at the meeting as well.
Yes, I was, yeah, I didn't see all the, video or whatever, slideshow. Does this company have the capacity to do this work? They can cook that many meals, they've got trucks or something to move it around, keep it warm?
Is there any
Were
discussion?
were they the low bidder?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what's that?
They were the low bidder, they have capacity?
We don't go by the price, so
Oh, that's right.
so the way the scoring sheet works, and you had a copy of that Excel sheet, I do put in the prices per meal at the top, and then the bottom half
Please
is-
speak into the microphone.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So I'm trying to go off the top of my head. You get like 100 points, I want to say. The top portion is all a calculator developed by MDE, which is you put in the price per meal, and they get a score based on that. So that has nothing to do with our scoring. The bottom half, which is the points that we gave per line, when you were looking at that big calculator, it had different aspects that we were grading on. And everybody in the group turned in their sheet, and we took an average. So it wasn't a discussion like, oh, let's give them a 5 or a 4. Everybody had their voice, and it came out as an average. Those scores were populated into that bid point calculator. And the way this works is the highest score wins. So at the end of the day, when they tally everything up between MDE's calculation and our points that we assign to each person, it came out with the highest score, and that's how it's tallied up. So these vendors that we sent this out to were given to us via MDE, so I had the whole list, and it went out to several people.
Thank you.
I want to say over 30 vendors that this was sent out to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there any questions?
Call
Seeing
for
no
the question, yeah.
Go ahead, Ms.
No,
Megan.
that's all right. You're going to.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion to approve action item 11.12, the food service management service, will be conducted by the roll call vote. As I call your name, please say yes or no. Laura McIntyre,
Yes.
Ms. Booz,
Yes.
Chris Del Moroni,
Yes,
Ms. Green is absent. Pastor Gilbert,
Yes.
Kara McIntosh,
I need some more information. I'm gonna say no, because I don't know. I don't know if I
Dr.
trust him.
McNeil, myself is a yes. 5 yes, 1 no, and 1 absent. Please continue, Mr. Jones.
Okay. Just want to make sure that we adhere to the ask from Board Member McIntosh is to get that information from MDE or the federal government that states that the presentation. Now,
Absolutely. I'd be
There-
happy to reach out to Tammy.
okay, all right.
And now that this has been approved, I can ask if they can come in
Okay.
to discuss this.
And there's a difference between presentation and what Ms. Carroll was, the conversation had been about presentation, but Ms. Carroll is saying talk to.
Correct.
So I want to just make sure that we're getting these things back to our board. 'cause
And
they
it says
requested.
cost reimbursement. We don't know how much the total cost is on this?
You got to serve the meals.
Yeah.
To serve the meals.
Based on the
Yeah,
meals.
per
They
student.
count
I
the meal that
understand
the
that part.
kid.
Right.
But, Madam President, if I may,
Yes.
I just,
Pastor Gilbert.
Superintendent and Ms. Wolf,
With the
it's
motion.
not just trustee McIntosh. I mean, I know we've already voted, but it's, this, I don't know, but it's just, the kids, they got summer school, they got to eat, and I mean, that's why I said yes, but
The only reason I brought up Ms. Carroll is because she asked.
But
That's it.
I'm gonna say this to the administration too, because it seems like y'all could at least ask them how much it costs per meal, so you could.
It's in the document.
Where is
The,
it?
the documents that was sent to you.
Oh,
in there,
electronically.
it's all in there.
I need hard copy. Thank you, y'all. I need hard copy though.
And I think, I believe they can get you one, because I know they have just a few of them.
You want me
Because
to
I
print
really
them? I
wanted to
can
get
print
you
them
one,
for
because I know how you
Yeah, I
like
got
to
to
have.
have
I want
hard
to get,
copy.
and I really want to get you one, so maybe they
Thank
have
you,
one.
ma'am. Thank you very much.
I went over that, but that's what I'm saying, it just, from the conversation, the discussion we're having, it just seemed like it's at a disadvantage. I don't know, somebody got to help me, because it ain't clear to me, it still ain't clear.
It don't
But
make
it's
no
for the
sense.
children, they gotta eat,
We
it's
get it for the
summertime coming
kids,
up.
yeah.
I don't like nobody playing with my food either.
This is terrible.
Please continue, Mr. Jones.
I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve action item 11.13, audit services.
So moved.
Support.
It has been properly moved and second. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Madam President.
Yes, Ms. McIntosh.
The same comment I have for the other to be determined. We were supposed to get this information before we had to vote on it. Here we are.
So last week I did bring forth
Yes.
the audit services from Stevens and Company.
And was that in our packet? This
It
was
was
not
in the cow packet. So I did bring that forth, and then you asked me to get it in writing from them, the actual contract.
And is that what that is?
I did get the contract for you. So
Thank
you
you,
did
ma'am.
ask for that?
Because I know I ain't get something that I asked for.
And I know
Let's-
that you like the price on that, Ms. McIntosh.
I like
You
to-
did
yeah.
like the price better than Plant Moran.
Yep, I like
remember
to
that.
see numbers. I like hard copies so I can go back and review
So I
it.
may even have a copy that was submitted with the cow documents. Let me look through here, and I could probably hand that right to you. This was the one.
Madam Chair, I don't have a motion.
What was the point of order?
Did we ever
What?
make,
I can't hear you.
Oh,
did we ever make the motion?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, good,
we're in discussion.
thank you.
So we're getting accounting and auditing. Does that usually go together?
Yeah, they're interchangeable, yep.
Okay.
So they're going to review all of our accounting work and the audit in there. And so you had asked a very great question about not being able to exceed that amount. She's very well aware that anything that you guys want additional, she will put it in writing before any work is done. So no work will be performed outside of what's in that contract without it being brought forth to you guys first.
Is this my copy or your
Yeah,
copy?
you can keep that copy. You're
Okay.
more than welcome to.
Thank you.
Yep, and I know I sent that out, to Mo, so we can forward that to you guys as well.
Is there any more discussions? Is there any more discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion to approve action item 11.13, audit service, will be conducted by a roll call vote. As I call your name, please say yes or no. Laura McIntyre,
Yes.
Mrs. Booth,
Yes.
Chris Del Moroni,
Yes.
Ms. Green is absent, Pastor Gilbert,
Yes,
Ms. Carol McIntosh,
can't discuss it,
What?
so be careful,
what?
you got to vote. Can't discuss
We're voting.
it. Call for the vote, can't discuss it. Nothing can be
No, then.
You said no?
Yes, ma'am.
Myself is a yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yes, 1 no. Continue, Mr. Jones.
Okay. All right. We are now in the Board Committee of the Whole action. I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve action item 21.34, GISD 2022-23, budget review and approval process.
So moved.
Support. It's been properly moved and second. Is there any discussion?
Dang, I wish I.
Thank you.
Thank you, I'm
Finance.
sorry.
Yes.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms.
Is there any discussion?
Oh, yes.
Where we at?
Action item 21.34, GISD.
Thank you, Madam President.
Oh, what's going on?
I'm waiting. She's waiting to be acknowledged.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay. Are you
Go
ready?
ahead. Yeah.
What you done heard about our early child care development from these people, is that included in this little pie chart? Our early child care development, where are we at with that?
Okay, so that is going to be a conversation that comes up. We're going to be able to discuss that. This is GISD's budget overall
I
of the
understand.
work that they're doing with the
Transportation and all.
consortium. But I think we need to have a discussion in a subcommittee, if that's okay, Ms. Carroll, to discuss the early childhood, because that is going to be a conversation we have to
Okay,
have.
and this is the other part I want to ask. This is my second question. I see that we're paying them X amount of dollars for technology, over $1 million for technology. But we gave them our big, expensive technology equipment from Northern that could boost the whole district. And now we done gave them our equipment, and we gonna pay them $1 million for technology? Because I asked when we gave them that equipment, could we lease that equipment to them, or could we have that equipment put over there at Northwestern, still in our district, so it can benefit us? And I was told we couldn't do that, and now they're using our piece of equipment for everybody. So is anybody paying us any money to use our equipment while we paying $1 million for technology? Did anybody get anything for us? Okay, so now we done gave up this $1 million worth, this big $1 million piece of technological equipment for free, and we're gonna pay somebody to supply us with technology that's using our piece to provide it. I just wanted to point that out to the board and administration.
So, you know, you're absolutely right. Yep. This isn't what this action item is, though. It's, remember, if you remember last year when you went to their.
I remember,
and
I
was
remember.
like,
But since it's GISD, I figured I'd get it out.
Yes.
No, but you're exactly right. And so, I mean, I know that this isn't necessarily this agenda item, which we're just, you know, it's already been passed. This is just a thing that we're supposed to do as a formality every year. But I'd like to take this opportunity to reiterate Carol's point and to reiterate the point that we need to take a hard look, not only at the technology piece, the early childhood piece, but also the special education piece.
Yes.
Right? So maybe, I don't know if an ad hoc committee would be, because we need to do a deep dive with these people.
This is terrible.
With
This
these
is-
people. So I don't know if you'd want to do an ad hoc committee with me to do extra work,
would
Trustee
support.
McIntosh.
I would support.
But, yeah, so we've got to do something. So I hate to vote yes on anything related to GISD because they are not partners in good faith, and they have done more harm to the district than good. And when we are on that, in terms of like working with DOS and being on the last of the list of getting technology updates, that's through the state. That's not GISD, is it? It is
I
through
would say
GISD.
the districts in the consortium, to be able to identify with their systems. We can always come out, however, the seamless transition, this is a concern from all 22 superintendents that's being dealt with at that table as it pertains to our consortium. That's being dealt with. I'm not saying we can't have a conversation. The other piece is I want us to understand that, remember, we spoke to our attorney, Don Miller, about the LSS that's being dealt with in the ACLU lawsuit, so we're dealing with that as well. Not saying that we can't have an ad hoc. I'm not against any of those things. I'm just saying that some of those things are at some tables trying to fight back against some of the systems we're using, because we are in the 80s with some of the systems that we have to use. We're still using black and green screens. And it is
I
a
know what
problem.
DOS is. Oh, my God, yeah.
It is a problem, and it
Yes,
costs
it
us
is.
all money.
What the problem isn't,
Component-
that, I'm still speaking though, is that okay?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
The problem isn't necessarily even DOS itself, it's the fact that there's a list of people who get their technology system updated, and as far as I'm concerned, we're at the bottom of that list, and I want to know why. Why are we last on, who created that list? And why is Flint at the bottom to get technological updates? Now, remember, I ask questions that I already know the answer to, but I'm just asking them out loud because I just want to underscore that. So the reason why I asked about an ad hoc committee is because I understand that, like, we've got to do budget review in finance, we've got to do early childhood education and others. So maybe we could have an ad hoc committee specifically to deal with all of these different components that are in the different subcommittees as it relates to GISD, the ACLU lawsuit, the special education, the technology piece, because this is a problem. And I really feel like the GISD, again, is undermining our district. And you can be mad at me for saying that out loud, but that's how I feel. I mean, you watch what people do, not what they say, and they're doing everything they can to not help us. So whether that's advertent or inadvertent, is whatever. So, yeah.
And if I can call Ms. McIntosh, didn't we supposed to, they contract in, we're supposed to have been trying to see how to get our kindergartens back. And I believe we gave them till June of this year,
This year, yeah.
And that's why I said we haven't moved on that, but we supposed to have moved on that with the previous, I think we did it with the previous superintendent, but that motion is still out there.
We voted
No,
on that, and he's
yeah.
supposed to be working on that, right?
Yeah,
There is
Mr.
some information we
Dr.
can bring.
Rice did
Yeah,
provide some information.
there is some information about the GSRP. We have GSRP, we have that program. When the process comes up, or when it's available for us to go after the grant from the state for Head Start, then we can go after it. But we can't go after it until it's time. So the grant isn't up. So I would like us to have some more conversation so I can explain a little bit more the conversations I've been having, trying to get that information. But I would like to have our team present that's dealing with our early childhood so we can get the help we need to support what you're asking. So I don't have every single thing here in front of me today, but I do know that we have some progress in understanding what it's going to take for us to receive the programs and services we ask for. So I'm for the extra meeting, or we can bring it to the academic subcommittee meeting so that we can have more conversation and I can have the people present to talk about that.
Is there,
If we bring it to the academic subcommittee meeting, can we have an academic subcommittee meeting of the whole and have GISD as an agenda item so that we can all discuss it? Is that something that the board would?
I don't have a problem with that.
I mean, I'm open to, or however it's organized, whatever would be the most expedient.
I don't have a problem with that. If it's going to move the district forward, then everybody come along. That's what we're supposed to do, get together and work together to move the district forward together. So I don't have a problem with that. Just, I mean, do we need a census right now, or?
so is this a little different from
This-
the 21.34?
Yeah, this-
We're talking about two different
Yeah.
things.
Okay.
But we can make that motion after we take this
Okay.
vote, because that's important. Any more discussions? Seeing no further discussion, the motion to approve action item 21.34, GISD 2022 to 2023 budget review and approval process will be conducted by a roll call vote. As I call your name, yes or no? Laurie McIntyre,
Yes.
Linda Booz,
Yes.
Chris Del Morone,
Yes.
Danielle Green is absent, Pastor Gilbert,
Yes,
and Ms. Carol McIntosh.
Yes.
And myself is a yes, 6 yes, 1 absent.
Board members, if I failed to have Mr. Pete bring something up in the finance committee, that became an emergency for the district on Monday. So I wanted him to bring it today and bring it to the board and get information from you of how would you like us to proceed. So Pete, would you please take a moment and let the board know what's going on?
Which item that you want me to start with?
Start with the chimney, and then we go to the JCI situation. The board knows about that, but I want to make sure we deal with the chimney situation because that's the freshest item. Okay.
All right, thank you. On the Doyle Ryder roof, the shingle portion, the old 1920s section of the roof, we have a contractor, DC Byers, that was restoring the masonry on the dormers and the chimneys on the building. And as they started in on the chimneys late last week, they, as they were using the grinders to grind out the mortar out of the grout lines, the brick was actually failing. It's what had happened, they used too hard of a mortar when they did the repair back in the early 80s. And upon the grinding process that they used to restore the brick was popping off. It was spalling, basically, on the corners of each of the chimneys. They repaired one with some brick that they did have on site, but due to the amount of damage that's being done with the process of tuck pointing, they recommend that the corners of the chimneys get rebuilt. And there's 4 chimneys, and keep in mind, these are 100 years old. They were repaired in the early 80s when the new addition was put on, but because of the material used, it caused these brick to fail. And what they're recommending is to bring in another 600 bricks and to rebuild the corners of the chimneys on the Doyle Ryder roof. And the total amount with materials and labor in order to build these 3 chimneys would be $31,050. Now that is materials and labor. Keep in mind there is a piece of equipment on site that costs quite a bit of money just to have it on site. And so this is a timely manner, and that's why we're walking this in tonight. In my opinion, to not repair these chimneys correctly at this time would compromise the roof project, which, as you know, we've already invested several $100,000 into. And if this was approved, they will get the materials as soon as possible, first of the week, and they would start the process of rebuilding these chimneys properly, using the proper equipment. And once they are done and once they are cleaned up, they will seal all the dormers and all the chimneys with a proper masonry sealer, making this restoration of the masonry as high a quality job as we could do at this point.
Any more discussion? Pastor Gilbert Hand was up there.
Thank you, Madam President. To Pete, so this is an emergency, is that correct?
I would say it is because we already have equipment there that we would have to bring in, you know, if we don't do it, we would have to bring in this equipment and pay the equipment costs as well. And since we're doing the project for the roofing, it would cost us more if we wait to do this, and they will not be able to finish the project on the roofing anyway.
I'm just going to say this. What cost is this company, are they going to absorb?
I'm sorry, what was it?
What cost of the company that was doing that are they going to observe of the $31,050?
Well, this is for the additional materials to
I'm going to ask the question one more time.
okay.
What is the cost of this $31,000? What is the tally of the company that were doing the grinding on the bricks? Is it they don't bear any responsibility whatsoever?
I don't know that they've done something to cause the problem. That's not what I asked, is this something that Trimco, because I remember, is this something that Trimco or, should be absorbing, or is it something that they can do? And Pete, what was your answer about that?
Well, Tremco was the, basically recommended DC buyers due to the fact they are a top-notch masonry repair company. And we deal with DC buyers directly as far as this part of the project.
That's not
And-
that's not answering the question. The question is, Pete, did DC buyers cause any of this, and are they going to absorb some of the costs because they were over there messing with it, working with it, and then it started falling apart?
No, in the process of tuck pointing, which is grinding out the old mortar joints, the brick was failing as they were doing it. Basically, the brick had already failed, and during this process, it was chipping and spalling. So they recognized this, and this is why they had repaired what they could with the brick that they had on hand, but it does require at least 600 more brick to be brought on site to rebuild the corners of these chimneys. So
How many
it-
chimneys? 4 or 5? How many chimneys on Dora?
There's 4, I'm sorry, yeah. And
Thank
so
you.
in the process of their work is when they identified this, and this is why we're talking about it tonight, because they want to do this correctly and make sure when they're done with the project, it's done to the best of their ability. And the company who did it back in the early 80s used the wrong materials, and that's what caused this. So I want to make sure
Thank
we
you.
do it correct now.
Who was, I think, okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. McIntyre.
So maybe like piggybacking on what Pastor Gilbert is saying, who is the company from the 80s that did this bad work? I mean, so you're saying that a company in the 80s did the work incorrectly because they put too hard of a mortar into place, which caused the integrity of the bricks to fail at this particular point. And obviously, it's so long ago, there couldn't possibly be like, warranty on this. However, does our insurance cover this, cover the fact that we had shoddy, inappropriate work done in the 80s? Talk about Chris kicking the can down the road. Now we're dealing with a can that's, from the 80s. I think that we should definitely take care of this. I understand your urgency about we've got the expensive equipment already there. It's going to cost more in the long run if we wait and delay this decision. We've already put all, this money in. I understand. I mean, when you're dealing with masonry and brickwork that's, historic, I mean, these are costs that are going to pop up. But I'm just wondering if we have any recourse for anything wrong or any damage that was done. I can't imagine that we do, but, I'm just asking insurance-wise, does insurance cover any of that?
I
or-
don't believe that the insurance company would insure this. This would have to have been recognized, I believe, back when the work was being done in the early 80s by that contractor.
Do you have any idea who the company was in the 80s?
I do
Are they a
not.
prominent company? Are they still around? I mean, is it, or is it just,
No, I have no record of that.
thank you.
Ms. Karen McIntosh.
Have we looked at the possibility of insurance claims?
No, not yet. We just discovered this, and I brought it to you
I
right
understand.
away. But I did not look at this as an insurance claim.
Okay, Mr. Kaplan, is a possibility where
Yes,
we
ma'am.
can possibly see if
We will.
Yeah.
And again, we're not sure if it would even be covered
I-
under insurance, but we will.
yeah, you don't know.
We will. And I think even if we pay for it and call the insurance, I think we still possibly have that opportunity.
I think we should call the insurance, even if we're gonna pay for it, I think we should call the insurance.
Absolutely.
And let them know we got an issue before we pay for it, because I know how they roll.
Okay.
So, and also I wanted to ask you, you also said dormers. Now, you said the chimneys were crumbling because of their shoddy work or whatever went on, whatever the situation was, we were accepting that. But how does the dormers fit into this?
The dormers they perform the same process on the dormers, but
Stop right there. Because if you're busted up something and everything's crumbling, why would you proceed with that process and everything's crumbling? I mean, I would think I would stop.
It's 40
Maybe
years old.
it might need a mold, or it might need some type of special. I've seen when they do these, because I watch a lot of HGTV, I share that with you guys, where they're doing these historic processes. The first thing they do is build like a cask or like some type of support to support the old stuff, because they know that it's subject to just totally disintegrate when they disturb it. So they kind of brace it until they go back over it, because they're informed in how to restore historic properties and historic situations. So I'm starting to wonder, is this company equipped to handle historic buildings? Because like I said, if I was a company and I'm doing your building and everything I'm touching is just crumbling and it's historic, me, myself, I'm like, oh, I'm finna stop, because I'm only paying for one chimney. I'm not paying for 4 chimneys, so stop this right here. But to do 4 chimneys, 3 or 4 chimneys, and then hit 3 or 4 dormers, and now I'm finna pay all this extra money for you to repair some stuff you possibly destroyed. See, excuse me, I'm not real trusting with my dollars. I don't play about my right down to the penny. I want what I pay for, because whatever you quote me on a price, if I let you do that work, I'm gonna pay you. But I'm gonna hold you responsible. And you can't come to my house and do some work and you fix this and you done tore up all that. And now that's gonna cost me, we got a problem. Because I feel like if it's 4 chimneys and some dormers, I would have second opinioned another professional that I'm friends with. I wouldn't have just tore up your 4 chimneys and your 3 or 4 dormers. So I'm not really understanding all that. And I would like a little clarity as to why they proceeded when they saw that this was damaging.
the first chimney that they worked on, this was occurring, and they repaired it as they went along. And
So it was already in process, right? then
that's
before
correct.
your
One chimney is complete, and it will be tuck pointed, and it will be sealed, like I said, once it's completed. The dormers had already been done. They completed those. They did not experience this on the dormers.
Okay.
And the dormers did not have the repairs on it like the chimneys did. So the chimneys, the 4 chimneys had been repaired previous, and they recognized the difference because the bricks were different and whatnot. But as they proceeded, they realized that all 4 chimneys had been affected by this. And that's why while they're there, while they're staging, and in order to do the job properly and completely, is why they made this proposal for the additional materials and labor to complete it correctly.
Thank you.
Are there any more discussion? Well, one thing I can say, that chimney is 42 years old, 42. Insurance company, what I was told, that when it's 40-some years, it's called wear and tear. And it probably, a lot of things gonna be happening to our buildings because they're so old. Nobody done nothing to them. I worked in that school for several years, and everything was falling apart there. So if the insurance company would do it, I doubt it, but you can give it a try. But anytime you go up on that roof, no telling how long it's been there. And somebody else could have went up there and patched something else again, but it's 42 years old. So I have no more discussion. Is there any more discussion? Do we need to take a roll call vote, or?
Is
Is there a motion on the
Yeah,
floor?
motion and a support, please.
There's a motion on the floor to support $31,050 for repairing the chimney on door rider.
If I may, is that with in checking making sure it's not, or it is covered under insurance? Just want to put that on that.
So we're gonna check with the insurance. That's a good, yeah,
Just point of information, Madam Chair.
yes.
With the motion. Can the company that is doing the repair or whatever, or fixing it, can they be part of the motion?
What was the name of the company, yes?
DC Buyers Company.
DC,
Yep, DC Buyers Company. isn't it?
B-U-Y-E-R?
BYERS. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. So there's a motion on the floor. The DC Buyer Company received $31,050 for chimney repairs at door rider, with the exception that we will check with the insurance company. So there's a motion on the floor. There's a second. It has been moved and properly, moved in second. We had discussion. Is there any more discussion? Point of order. Who made the motion? Oh, you can. Who made the motion? Oh, yeah, I did. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was me. Okay. And it's supported by Pastor Gibbert. Seeing there's no further discussion, the motion to approve DC Buyer Company to repair the roof at Door Rider with checking with the insurance company for reimbursement will be conducted by a roll call vote as I call your name, yes or no. Chris Del Moroni?
Yes.
Laura McIntyre?
Yes.
Pastor Gilbert?
Yes.
Kara McIntosh? Yes. Linda Booth?
Yes.
Trustee Danielle Green is absent. Myself is a yes. 6 yes, 1 absent. Is this another agenda?
Yes. So this is, this next one, I sent you all in an email, and I know, Board President, you had a question about JCI when it comes to this. I just want the discussion to happen and get direction from the board. It was a change order, and
Yes.
Pete, so please make sure that we explain this very well of what's going on with this change order. But I'm bringing it for discussion to ensure that the board members know what's going on and we can get some direction of how you would like us to proceed.
Right. Johnson Controls has been installing equipment in 6 of our buildings, the air conditioners, which is a project that's been going on for quite some time. A month or 2 ago, they received a electrical inspection on all the schools. And they were actually cited on 3 of them. One is going to be resolved at Pierce, which was a minor detail. But the 2 major issues are on both Potter Elementary School and Freeman Elementary School. And keep in mind, both these buildings were built in 1953. They have the same electrical systems, ironically. And the issue at hand is that the service that comes into these buildings is not adequate. And keep in mind, the electrical inspection was done on the equipment and all the new equipment that was being installed. But during that inspection, the Michigan State electrical inspector cited both buildings for the service coming into the building is not safe. It's an actual direct current. There is no fusing. There is no switches. There is nothing protecting this electrical system coming into the building. And it has been that way since 1953. So in order to correct it, It is a very expensive proposition. It includes stamped electrical drawings by a professional engineer. Drawings have to be submitted to the state. There will be a state plan review. They will remove the old equipment. They will install a new 800 amp rated service disconnect, install several other items, and even regrounding all of this new service coming into the building to make it to the new standard. And so this does include both buildings. The one is slightly less due to the fact they can still use one leg of the three-phase going into the building. So that does save a little bit of money. So they did critique this and create a price difference between the two buildings. And keep in mind, this was something totally unexpected, and this has been in this condition for length of time. But what Johnson is proposing, is the replacement of both services on both buildings. And of course, with the ongoing contract we have, they had to create a change order. It's actually change order number 4. But to do Potter Elementary, that in itself would be $75,295. Freeman Elementary would be $62,104. The total amount of this change order would be $137,399. This would revise our ongoing performance contract and bring that to a total of $15,287,133. So this has been a long process, and of course, when I saw this, my concern was if it had to be done and how it got created, and it was created by the state, so it is a requirement. It's not something we can work around. And then second of all, obviously, the time element, because we have just invested millions into these air conditioning systems in both buildings, and we want to put those online right away because we still have some time. It's going to be at least 3 weeks, probably 4 weeks before this will be completed. If we can get all the materials in a timely manner, it has to be inspected and signed off by the state. And then, of course, we have to bring those air conditioning systems online. So the time is of the essence to have this brought forward and approved, and then obviously to get installed in order to invest in these buildings and bring these systems online.
A lot of money. Yes, it is. Are you done?
Yes.
We're going to spend a few minute discussion on this, and I think I know where the board is going with this. Chris Demaroni.
I'm at a loss to words.
I am too, I'm just.
Johnson Control goes in, they put in new air conditioning systems, some wiring, whatever they got to do, and they go, well, gee, well, where's the switch box at? And there's no switch box. Does the city of Flint do any inspection?
Oh, yeah, this is doing.
It would have been the state of Michigan would have done the inspection.
So they're not subject to the city of Flint's, let me say, regulations for inspection? They don't have to pull a permit, nothing?
In 1953, I'm certain there were permits.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about 1953.
Oh,
That's
okay.
that's when the damage was done.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, well, all right, they had a house, 60 amp surface, the old screw-in switches. I'm going, I don't want to deal with that stuff. So I had an electrician come out.
Yep.
It was, I think, $1,600. I don't even know if it was that much. He brought in 200 amp service, put in the switch boxes. Now, I know if I would have asked him to put in air conditioning, say central air, You went, okay, let me see where this wire goes. Is it wired up for it? Where's your switch box at? How does that even happen? I mean, how do you wire something and there's no switch box? I mean, this is a systemic problem. Our parking lots, it was one of the first things I brought up when I came on the board. A child's gonna get lost in them holes, you won't even be able to find them. Those potholes and everything else in the parking lots, they just didn't happen overnight. I mean, do we have a maintenance schedule, a maintenance plan?
Yes, we are. We will be working, getting those.
No, do we have
catch
one?
basin.
Do we have one? Have we had one for the last, I don't know, 5 years?
To repair those catch basins?
No, just a maintenance plan where you just do a visual walk by and go, oh, no fuse box. Oh, we've got potholes starting in our parking lots, and they're really deep and really big, but we're just gonna let it go. Because those potholes, what I'm getting at is those potholes, they didn't happen like overnight or in 1 year.
No.
This electrical system, I mean, the state came out and approved it and said everything's cool?
All the work that was done by Johnson Controls was to the standard of being approved. It was the actual service, the actual power coming from the pole into the building that was the subject. That's what we need to update in order to bring it up to the current standard.
So did Johnson Controls, this is the question I asked them, and I know you've done your due diligence. Why is it that you didn't know this when you was installing all of this equipment that started in 2018 or 19? So how is it not, how do you not know this and this is what your company does? So can you speak to that?
I asked the same question, and how this didn't get picked up sooner. And the answer was they did not have an inspection done previous by the code enforcement with the state of Michigan. So this is what they got picked up as they were out inspecting the work that they were doing. That was the answer. That was the,
No, I'm gonna harass my board again, because last year we had problems with the air conditioning in Jace, and we went through that whole thing, okay? I said this, we got the beginning when we got the ESSER funds. Our electrical is bad. We can't handle central air on our old electrical. How many times do I have to say this to you guys? I'm no engineer, but guess what? I am a homeowner, and I know if you putting outdated electrical with new age, energy efficient central air units, my train is gonna blow that up, okay? Your house might catch on fire. Now, we know our parking lots is bad. We ain't fixed one parking lot. We know all our electrical is bad. We ain't fixed no electrical. We ain't got one school. Do we got any schools that the air is efficient, the electricity is working, and the technology is rolling? Nah, this is my problem.
Yes.
Which one? Name us couple.
Let her know.
No, not yet. Wait, name it afterwards. Let me
Okay.
finish saying this, though. We done had these ESSER funds this the second year. When Dr. Joyce and Laura and them first got on the board, me and Dr. Joyce walked all the school buildings. We said then, we brung it before the board, we did a seance over it, we prayed amongst each other, we lit incense, hoping that our ESSER funds would dwindle over to our schools and the electrical would come full circle. Here we are again, it's getting hot, and we got some babies somewhere finna suffocate. Now, what made me mad about JCI is this. You worked on Central Air last year, and I fell out with them because they did that old slouchy work, okay? Now, you could have kept rolling all through the winter. Now, if you would have kept rolling off, because I don't know why they stopped and you wasn't finished with the assignment. Now, if you'd have rolled all through the winter, when you blew something up electrical, maybe we could have fixed it over the Christmas break or the spring break. But you waited till it got hot. Yeah. Then you decide you're gonna address air. But now they parked up in, now is this the same company? Because y'all know I get people, now they parked up at Northwestern, living out of Northwestern for free, all day, every day. got a 18-wheeler that stay parked over there, okay? And they friends be conjugated, backed all up over there, okay? I ride past there all day, I'm watching. Now, with all that going on, with all this hanging out they doing, with them running our electric bill up, when school closed, because they up there, they still ain't sat down together and said, we gonna knock one building out. We can't do the air without checking the electricity first, because we JCI, we a major corporation, and we know to power these air conditioners we got, because they blowing cool, you need juice. They ain't figured that out from all the way from last year, all the way through the spring, all the way through a hell blistering summer, and then I slayed him when he came up here. And here it is this year.
So the only part I would add about why haven't we done it in the winter, because when they were here, they told us they had to blow out the system, and they couldn't do it with the freezing weather. That's what they stated. So they said the only thing was left when they brought that certificate, remember the certificate, we're gonna have all of these schools, was to blow out the systems, to get the systems up and running, but you couldn't do it in the winter months.
Now let me say this, Kaplan.
I'm just
Yeah,
giving you information.
I'm just saying,
Okay.
let's be honest. If I'm running something, I run JCI. I got 12 buildings I gotta do air on. I know I can't do no air till I blow them out. Pete, start blowing out all the buildings. You got 12 of them. See what I mean?
I don't know if that's possible, and Pete, you have to speak to that. I'm not trying to disagree. I'm just saying.
I understand.
I don't know if that was possible for us to start up these air conditioning systems, running that air through the pipes in the winter.
Not in the winter, Kevlin. In the spring, last spring, you had 12 buildings that needed air. Last March, our air wasn't working. So in March, start blowing out 12 buildings. And if you do one building every week, guess what? By the end of the summer, and when it started getting fall, you done blew them all out.
Point of information as well. $15 million.
Yep.
Got the desk to send you in here. And I know for a fact, in order for you to switch over like you had to have inspectors there. If I made $15 million off of this district, everybody loved poor Flint. And you're gonna send somebody here and ask us for $100,000. You could have did that and kept it rolling. You're living over there free. We done rolled out the carpet for you. They have, because we were there when I got there. And yes, it's getting summer months. It always, when people want something, a politician does it, everybody does it. Poor babies, poor kids, the poor people. Now, because it's getting hot, you can roll up in here. We want Johnson & Johnson to come before this board and have a nice little conversation with us. $15 million. We ain't miss a beat paying them. That's on them. They elected to do something. Linda Booth?
I would just like to know, how safe are the children at Pierce and Potter right now, in the staff?
No, Pierce is okay. It's Freeman and Potter.
I should say Freeman
Yeah.
and Potter. How safe is it right now?
They don't
Because
have
you
no air.
stated that
They don't have air.
it's not safe.
That is correct. That's why it got, they flagged them, they cited them for it when they discovered it with the inspection. And that's why this has to be done before the electrical system can be hooked up from the air conditioners and brought online for those buildings.
Okay, in the meantime, what's gonna happen right now? I mean,
Until we get this approved and they can move forward and do the upgrades, nothing. So
okay, if a
we-
teacher plugs something into an outlet, will she have any shock or?
Well, keep in mind, this has been working this way for almost 70 years, so.
Okay.
This was discovered when the inspection was done for the air conditioners and the systems that was being installed by Johnson Control. So it was, they knew that towards the end of the project, these were going to be inspected, and they all were.
Okay.
These two just happened to be cited for this, for these two services going into each one of these buildings.
Pete,
And,
to answer her question,
okay.
we're not using the air conditioning in the building. They can
Right.
still do their normal work, but they're hot, and the buildings are hot. So to answer your question, they will not get a shock. We just can't turn on the air and use it
Oh, okay.
with everything else going on in the building.
But you said no outside surge, no outside,
It can't handle the air conditioning systems that's been installed, plus everything else that normally goes on in the school.
Okay.
But it can handle what's been normally going on in the
So
school.
no chance of a fire or anything like
No,
that?
we're not, unless we try to use the air conditioning, which we can't because the state has told us you've been cited for it, so you can't start up those systems until this is fixed. So
Okay.
I'm just trying to answer you and make sure you understand
Right.
that a teacher can plug in the normal stuff that she plugs in, but we can't start that air up in those two schools.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Who was next?
I was.
Oh, okay.
So you have this company that we've been having issues with, at least since I've been on the board and probably before, who responded to an RFP. They gave us a bid, and this wasn't included in the bid. That, as a contractor, they're responsible. That's their expertise. They're the professionals. They ought to know better. They didn't think to ask whether or not this project was even viable. Like, that's not for us to ask, that's for them to, when they respond to the RFP, they say, we can do this project's gonna go through, and here's how much it's gonna cost. Well, it can't go through, so is there some sort of liability, some onus, some responsibility for this shoddy company that we've been complaining about for years and years? They recycle old pictures, they lie to us, they come up in front of us, just disingenuous as hell, using our logo on their letterhead. I even had a lawyer look at that and go, who are they? Are these Flint schools? I'm like, no, it's Johnson Controls. He's like, why are they using Flint Community Schools on their letterhead? They're doing all sorts of shady practices. And the last thing they did when they came before the board, they're like, well, we put the concrete pad for the air conditioners. That's all we can do. Really? You couldn't check and make sure that you could plug the damn air conditioners in and they'd be allowed to work? And now that we're not in compliance with the state, now we've got to foot the cost? No. They answered the RFP. They said they could do this job at a certain amount of money, and they're damn well going to do this job. Otherwise, what legal action can we take against these people? And if not legal action, no, they need to do the darn work. Like they said they were going to do. And up here, their half of the contract, we're going to owe them anything. I can't believe this is even happening.
Oh, okay. Excuse me, point of information, Mr. Jones said they gave him an answer to your question. Let's hear.
Now, I'm not trying to add fire, but I got to tell you everything. You asked me to be transparent. I'm dumping it. So I asked the
No, if he
exact,
got some water, he better dump it
I don't
now.
have no water.
Some fires you can't put water on either.
I know.
It makes it
Um,
worse.
I'm giving you all the information because I asked the exact question that you just posed. You didn't know this? The answer that I received is that is not in the scope of our work.
Bullshit.
Oh, we
Okay.
need legal counsel.
Okay, I want to make sure you know why I think this needed to be a discussion.
Well, they can say it, but it doesn't make it true.
I'm not agreeing. I'm just saying that I'm giving you the info. I want to make sure that you're informed so the board can decide. It's my recommendation, if I was to recommend anything, is that JCI comes to speak to our board, and then from there, the board decides what. Now, if they come, they come. I have to ask them. But
So can they come tomorrow? And I don't think it's a matter of us deciding, like, what can we do legally with this shoddy company who's who responded to an RFP and said that they would do the work, and now they're not gonna do the work.
I-
So it's
I-
not a matter of approving or not approving the money. They need to do what they said they're gonna do according to this contract. How are we gonna enforce this contract? It's not, I mean, it's an absolute no for me. They're not getting a single penny more. Are you kidding me? In fact, I want to go after them for money that they've squandered, for bad work that they've done or haven't done, and their lack of responsibility in this whole matter.
checks
And then
up
to
behind
put this
them.
on the
Nobody.
kids, like, oh God, we've got it so hot for the babies, and
Yeah,
shame on
they pimp
you.
us every year in the name of the kid. Oh, is it my turn? Yeah.
Pastor, I mean,
Oh, Chris,
Yeah,
Chris
so,
Demaroni.
so this is tantamount to, someone throws a stone through your picture window, and they said, oh, I can fix it for you, and it'll cost you this amount of money, and you hire them. I'd just soon cut ties with them, because if what needs to be done isn't in the original contract, it's not within their scope.
It's been $15 million, Chris.
Oh, I know, but what I'm saying is if it's not in their contract, because I'm telling you, some contracts, you know, going back to the house, we're gonna do the bathroom. And so I called the plumbing company, we'll do the toilet, we'll do the tub, and we'll do the sink, and then, but you'll have to get a carpenter to flush it all up and make it all nice and pretty. I'm going, well, you're not the people for me. I'm not.
This is a matter of, we're not connecting it to water.
Point of information.
Right.
So
So-
as the board can we say that you can go back and tell JCI? They can pay for that? They should be paying for that? If the only way they can come to the board, for what?
For what?
We are
To
not
lie
gonna
again?
pay it. They should pay for that. We shouldn't have to pay for that.
And if they
All due
decide.
respect,
Oh,
and-
I'm sorry,
go ahead.
I shouldn't be in it. But
If they
they-
don't come,
If
hey,
they decide not to, and we decide to go into litigation, fine with me. I just still,
We still gonna need that done.
we still have scholars and staff. So I just wanted to bring the conversation,
give it
like
to
I
them.
said at the beginning, discussion, so I can know how the board wants me to proceed with reaching out to JCI.
well, could we find someone else to do it? I just don't want to even see, if we just had to do it, I just don't see ourselves giving to JCI.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to bring this awareness back to the board that we had that big stink last year at Brunel, and the reason I was so livid, because I know some of my fellow board members didn't understand. This man did shabby work and then told a worker in the building he was told to put lipstick on a pig. And on top of that, they took working air conditioning out of Brunel, left them hot, destroyed the roof, told us they was gonna do some fabulous coverings that they didn't do. And here they are again this year. Every year since I have been on here and we've given them this contract, and that new guy showed up. It's a new guy they started off doing real good when Lopez was here. Then they got some more people, and every year it's the sham. They have not, since that new guy came, they have not come full circle and efficient with any of these projects, especially concerning air in our kids. They can't get air conditioning right. First of all, how can you install central air or air and not realize that you don't have the voltage to power the air? That's part of doing the work. You can't get the air unit to work if you don't know a little something about electricity to get it kicking. So my point is this. I'm going to say no. I'm not voting for anything else, because I asked last year when we had this problem for the administration to get us some room fans and some regular fans. So we looked for a company that was sufficient that could provide our kids with air. And I didn't get what I needed to get that done. So I'm hoping this year we can stop squandering our money and making it rain on them like we're at some strip club, and take our dollars and spend them where we need to spend them. And that's with a reputable heating and cooling company that can provide services temperatures that are acceptable for our students to learn. It's us now. It ain't JCI, it's us. I'm gonna just share that with my board.
Okay, Okay, so that
And-
kind of, is that dead, or what we gotta do with
I
it?
just want to know, am I
We just
bringing
open for
JC
discussion.
Am I bringing JCI to the board? We didn't ask for a motion. We didn't ask for a motion. I wanted to have discussion, but is it the board's request that JCI comes to speak to the board? Or is it the board's request that we,
Don't request nothing, make a motion. We the board, we can make the motion.
What you saying, Pastor Gifford?
say that again?
Point of order, we make the motion, we've already discussed it, we can vote on it. We need to take the action that we determine we've got to do. We can't ask, we
what-
don't have to request anything.
Yeah. Point of
We have the
information.
authority to make the motion of what we want our superintendent in this district to do.
So are we gonna make a motion to, Pastor Gifford, what's the?
Make a motion, Sister Laura.
No, you stated what you want him to do. What you want to make a motion for?
I want to make a motion that Johnson Controls, they come before us and they answer this board's question as to why that they did not know that the power coming into Freeman and Potter from the electricity, that it wasn't sufficient to install a high technological air conditioning system. That's what we want to know. And why is it that now that they're coming back with the change order that they should have done way back when, before they started the job? Now, that's the way, I know I'm rambling here, but I listened to my colleagues and I just got angry.
Yes.
That's just what happened to me.
So point of information, Pastor Gibbert. So the motion is that Johnson Control come before the board and answer the question, could we say regarding the change order?
That's the main thrust of it.
And when you say before this board, are you speaking of as soon as possible, or are we speaking next in June?
No, June's
Okay,
too late.
I just want some clarity.
As soon as
ASAP.
possible. As soon as possible.
Okay.
Can
I
I
can make
add
the
an
motion.
amendment to his motion?
You don't say this motion, say the motion, add your amendment with.
Can I-
Okay.
Point of order.
Okay.
It hadn't been seconded yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was
Yeah, I
just
made the
writing the
mo- oh, you
motion
was-
down.
okay,
I was
go
just
ahead.
writing down, no motion has been made. I was trying to get clarity. So, Ms. McIntyre, you want to make the motion, which will include your amendment or however?
I
Because
think
we
we-
didn't make it, we were just writing it down, trying to
I
get
think we
clarity.
have to accept his motion before I can amend it.
We didn't make a motion.
Okay, and then you gotta get a
Yeah, but
second.
it wasn't a second.
Right, it gotta be seconded.
Oh. Who
I
gonna say?
second.
It's been moved and properly seconded.
Okay,
Any further discussion?
and so there's no further discussion?
And then I'd like to make an amendment. And the amendment to the motion is that the administration starts searching other companies to do central air heating and cooling for the district because, and that's it, for the amendment. And then I have something else to say to that.
Discussion, support.
So there's a motion on the floor for Johnson Control to come before the board to continue discussion of the chain order with an amendment, the administration do a search for another company.
Yes, to do it.
Point of order, Madam Chair. The another search for a company is the amendment. So
Yeah, I
that
said the
friendly
amendment.
amendment, so we got to vote on that amendment.
So you want to do the motion first, then add the amendment?
Yeah,
So we're going to vote on the amendment?
Yeah.
I mean, the motion.
yeah,
Okay.
And the amendment has been
No.
seconded?
no.
No, it hasn't.
No, it hasn't, yeah.
So the amendment has to be seconded, and
Correct.
then there has to be discussion.
So we did discussion on the motion, didn't we?
Not-
Yes, we did that before we
We're
made the
doing the
motion.
amendment, though.
Okay.
Vote on the
So now we're
amendment.
going to vote.
Vote on the motion.
On the motion.
Point of order. If Board Member McIntosh wants to do an amendment to the motion, we need to vote on the amendment
Correct.
first.
Oh, I
That's
thought we voted
correct.
on the amendment, then the
Correct.
motion. Okay, it's
That's right.
backwards.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
But I didn't even hear a second. Did I hear a second
That was the
to?
problem.
Linda
Who
Booth.
second?
Sister
Carol.
Booth seconded?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay.
So it's been properly moved and the amendment has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any?
Okay, the amendment has been properly moved and second. Is there any more discussion?
Discussion.
Yes.
So on the amendment, if I heard it correctly, it was to put in central air into the
For
schools.
for heating,
Your amendment
the
is to find
amendment
another
is to
company.
search for another company who could do that work for the district, not necessarily all the schools, but whenever a school has a heating and cooling issue, they put the RFP out so we can find another company, because JCI,
Okay, so, well, how does that help us in our situation now?
it helps us because we moving on, and I'm voting not to pay them. I'm not studying them.
Karen McIntyre?
See, I don't even want to vote for this
Me either.
motion because I don't care
the
about
same
them
thing,
coming. I mean,
but
they've
I
been
want
in
to
front of
support the
us,
board.
I don't even know how many times, countless times. They just lie, they're deceptive. I really don't want to hear what they have to say unless they say,
We're gonna pay for it.
we're gonna go ahead and do this work like we're supposed to do according to our contract, and there's not gonna be a change orders. That's what I want to hear. That's the only thing I want to hear. Now, what I'd like to see, and I'm not making the motion, this is the discussion about it, is that we we have to figure out something now. So either they do the work that they've promised to do with the budget that they promised to do it with, or we take action against this company, and in the meantime, we try to figure out a solution so that we can get the work done that needs to get done. And I don't know what that means, so I don't want a motion for them to come forward, because that's just gonna delay, and they're gonna, we're gonna have to find some time for them to come, and they're just gonna BS, So I don't want discussion, we need to do something. And can we I think we should take a vote telling them that they need to do the work for the money for the amount that they said that they were gonna do with no change order, or we need to RFP or find somebody to do that work so we can plug in the systems that we've already paid $15 million for into a system that's safe for our buildings and our scholars.
Madam Chair, just by way of point of order. Number one, we have to do away with the amendment to the motion. Once we do away in ayes or nays, then we go to the motion. We can vote it up or down, either way. And if the board decides yay on both, then we follow through. If the board decides nay on one, yay on the other one, then a motion can be brought from the board about whatever that is. But we've got to deal with what has been put forth before the board in the proper fashion. Then we can move
That's what I said.
on.
I just said, no, I'm not gonna vote.
Right, and
Okay.
you have that right
Yeah.
as a trustee and a fiduciary of this board
So
to
there's some-
express that.
But that was why I
Yes,
was gonna
right,
vote no.
I understand.
Okay, we're doing too much. Can I finish one thing at a time?
Yes.
There's a motion and second to amendment administration to do a search for another electric company.
Heating and cooling, not electrical, Madam Chair. I'm
Heating and
sorry.
cooling. Heating and cooling. So is there any further discussion on the amendment?
Yes, I just like to say I'm in support of Ms. Laura. I don't even want to deal with JCI.
Me either.
Because they just come up here and they lie, and then the next year it's gonna be the same thing. Hot kids and a bunch of excuses why they can't provide cool air for our babies.
So with the amendment, can we do a roll call vote now?
Yes. Yes.
There's amendment on the floor for the administration to seek out a new heating and cooling search to do our electrical work. This will be done by the roll call vote, yes or no. Ms. Karen McIntosh?
Point of information, ma'am, you said electrical work again.
Heating and cooling
Yes.
company.
For heating and cooling,
But
yes.
as an amendment to the motion that's on the floor. So if we amend it,
But not nothing for electrical.
We said,
We're gonna have to just make a new motion, like, because it's an amendment to a motion to have them come before the board. So if we vote down the original motion, then the amendment to the motion dies. So we just need to like get this
Just
on the
give,
floor
that's what I think.
and then have
too.
a brand-new motion. So that's why I'm voting no.
Okay, this is done. You're going to do the roll call. Karen McIntosh?
Man, I'm tangled up now. Y'all done messed, yes. I mean, well, yeah, I'm gonna support the
We're going to
motion,
vote
but
it down, then we're going to start over. That's my understanding, right? Okay.
Point of order, Madam President, we have to vote. We have to vote
That's
in
what we're
order
trying
to
to
do
do.
that.
That's what
And if we,
Okay.
if that happens, then we do that. But we got to take the vote as you're about to do.
That's what we're doing.
That's
so
what-
yes, because I'm gonna support my own stuff.
Pastor Gilbert?
Yes.
Ms. Green is absent. Chris Demaroni?
No on the amendment.
Ms. Booth?
Yes.
Laura McIntyre?
No.
And myself is a no. 1, 2, 3.
Point of information, I'm
Wait
sorry
a
to
minute.
interrupt. Didn't we buy a bunch of portable air conditioners when we had COVID and the air wasn't working? We bought a whole bunch of portable air conditioners.
Point of order,
I'm
Madam
sorry.
Chair.
We
You got to
Yeah, I
calculate the
know
vote.
we got a lot going
You
on
got to
here.
announce the vote, and we got, so we can move on.
So we got 1, 2, 3 no's and 3 yes. So it fails.
That's right. The amendment failed.
So the amendment,
We vote on the original
now we have a
motion.
motion and a second for Johnson Control to come before the board and discuss the change order they're requesting. And seeing there's no further discussion, we're going to do a roll call vote. Karen McIntosh? For Johnson Control to come.
No, I don't want to see them, no. No.
Pastor Gilbert?
Yes.
Ms. Green absent. Chris Demaroni?
No.
Ms. Booth?
Look, I wasn't here.
Still
Just
no.
wait the time.
No.
Laura McIntyre?
No.
Myself is a no. So we got 5 no's and 1 yes. And 1 absent.
So I'd
Madam
like to
Chair,
Yeah.
do we still need to be voting on this change order during the week?
Point of
you gotta
order,
do something.
Madam Chair, yes.
Okay.
If
Now
you,
we have to move and do.
that's right.
Now we
Yeah, if
got
you
to
want to do
move
that, you gotta
and make another
put it before the
motion
body.
regarding the change. Because we were doing them both together.
Oh, okay,
So now,
but the change order is on the agenda, ain't it? To
yeah,
vote
the
for that?
change order's on the
Point
agenda.
of order, Madam Chair.
Y'all get me.
It might be wise if you would say, the chair will entertain a motion concerning these concerns that we have about the change order from Johnson Controls, and then the body can go that way, and let's get this done.
So I entertain a motion that y'all got me so confused, I don't even think with this here guy.
I like, so now's the time to make the motion, is it that time? I don't know, y'all got me tangled up.
Go ahead, make a,
So I'd like to make a motion
Thank you, Sister.
that the board instruct the superintendent to tell Johnson Control
No. Don't tell them
No,
nothing.
you can't do that.
Give us our money.
to honor the contract as stated and to do the work that they've contracted to do without a change order and without the additional increase in funds, and that they do it immediately. And if not, we need to pursue what our options are in terms of enforcing the contract legally with Johnson Control.
Was that the whole motion?
that's
You heard the
motion.
motion.
It's a long motion, that's the motion.
Well, I mean, do you want me to shorten it?
Now,
Monica, could you repeat that motion? It's so long. Is this possible?
Yeah,
Let Laura repeat
That
it,
the
'cause I don't
board
know what she
request
said.
that the superintendent inform Johnson Control that they honor the contract as stated, without the change order, and do the work that they've contracted and promised to do without the additional money that they've requested. And that, if necessary, that we, no, let me just stop there. And then we can make a. Well, then it was getting too long. And pursue legal if necessary.
Pursue legal counsel.
Legal counsel if necessary. Thank you.
So that's the motion, is the second.
Second.
Other discussion?
Yes.
Give, trustee, Demaroni.
Yeah, so I like the part of what legal recourse. I don't know what the contract, how it reads, the verbiage. So for that reason, I would ask, I'll make a friendly amendment, that legal counsel take a look at the contract to see if there was a violation. And then if so, we can proceed with legal action. So basically, the friendly amendment is that legal counsel looks at the contract to see if there was a violation based on what's going on at the schools.
So now we have the motion, it was second, now we have an amendment. Do I need to go back and do a count?
We
vote?
need to,
Or
is there a
is it-
second?
Point of order,
Discussion.
Madam Chair. The friendly amendment needs to be seconded
Do we have a second?
for the record. Yes, you have a second. I second it.
Now there's discussion.
Now there's discussion.
So, so the reason I made the friendly amendment is not knowing what's in the contract. It's quite possible, the way the contract was worded, you know, if it just says install a window air conditioner, and the guy puts it in the window and he installed it. You know, I don't know how it reads, and to put the superintendent in a position to threaten the company with a possible lawsuit, I mean, it very well might come to that, but, you know, I mean, if I'm the company, and I'm playing devil's advocate, if I'm the company, I'm gonna ask the superintendent, well, show me the violation, show me where the violation is. Show my legal counsel what we violated, because we think we did what was right. I don't think what went on, I don't see how it could pass inspection from the get-go. And I don't know how the inspectors, why the inspectors came to look at it all of a sudden. But that's the reason to get legal counsel involved, because we don't want to be out there making threats and then we're wrong.
Yeah, Pete?
Address your question. They were there to inspect the equipment that they installed, and upon that thorough inspection is where they picked up on the service being inadequate. So that's,
Okay.
they were invited there to inspect their equipment that they installed.
Pastor Gary?
Madam Chair, not to belabor the point, but I have to piggyback off of Brother Chris. I think it's important that we know what's in that contract. And at the same time, we're doing our due diligence as fiduciaries. It seems like it's not important, but it is, because we have colleagues on this board that are just sick and tired of Johnson Control. And so that's where we have to make sure that, and I agree with you, Brother Chris, that we don't put our superintendent in a bad spot, that it seems like he's threatening people.
Right.
We don't want to come across as a board, and certainly not our superintendent. So that's all I was going to say by way of discussion, is that we're speaking as one board, and that's what we should be doing.
I would like to time I hadn't spoken yet. I don't think this is so much as what's in his contract. This guy been around ever since Lopez and whatever. This has nothing to do with what's in his contract. It is what he's, in our opinion, that we are $15 million. $15 million, and there's a hiccup here. Whether they have an obligation, in my opinion, to go ahead and fix that. Regardless, you know, that's what I would like to, that's the opinion I have. Has nothing to do with his contract. We're still gonna have to have this done. This guy been around for a very long time. When she found out about him at Brunel, he came here, he had a fit about that. And so the issue is that we need to get this done. If they can't get it done, then we have to just find someone else to do it and just end that contract. We, $15 million, we sitting here twisting and turning and begging? Come on, we're the board. Either you go and do that with that $15 million you got, or get to skipping. And we just have to do what we have to do. Simple as that, because it have to be done. We can do motion, we can do this, and we can do that. The issue is, it came last year, it was brought before the board about some things. That didn't happen. That is just where I'm at right now, as a board, one person. What do we really want to do? Do we want to give him the option to go get it done? You don't want to go get it done? We'll do exactly what Vice President McIntyre said. We just do a search. Ms. McIntyre?
I'd like to say, first of all, what Mr. Del Maroney said is an excellent idea, because before we can even search for somebody else to do heating and cooling, we have to make sure that we ain't violating nobody's contract.
Yeah.
Because if he got us bound by contract and we done signed up to let him do all the heating and the cooling and the this, and we done promised him the Matage Hall, then we in trouble. Okay? And maybe that's why he jerking us around, because he know what's in his contract. Okay? This man, these people have been dragging us, and they're getting cash money out of us, and we're getting nothing but excuses on the return. They knew when they accepted these jobs, these buildings was old. They knew the shape of these buildings when they gave us this sweet presentation about, they knew that our boilers, this, that, all this stuff that they can fix, and we gave them what they asked for. We gave up the millions. And every time it's time to make something come full circle, every little thing. Oh, we didn't know the electrical was gonna be bad. We didn't know the roof was bad. We didn't realize y'all didn't have concrete slabs for the air conditioning unit. Look, this is what you say you do. You a major company. All the buildings you work on is not brand new. That's what construction is you trying to renovate something, going in there and running into something you didn't expect. So with that being said, I'm fed up with them. They like a kindergartner trying to do a senior's homework. They don't know, either they don't know what they're doing, or they don't have a desire to do it for us. Either way, our kids are suffering and we shoveling out good money. Let's keep some of them dollars and actually spend them with a company that don't have a problem with coming in, doing what they say, get their check and going to the house. Because this done turned into a long-term relationship. They done moved into our building for free, housed up in there with they sign on our building, and ain't paying no rent. But everything they do for us, they nickel and dime us. But we got them staying in our building, servicing other companies. If they put in a call order, you think they ain't gonna pull one of them trucks out of our garage and go make that money and come back? How much they paying us for that? They using our electrical and whatever, water. They ain't paying no rent, and then they nickel and diming us on every little single thing they can come up with. I'm ready to go with somebody else. I know when I'm being used and misused. And at this point, I think it's pretty it don't take this long to put no air and to find out that the electrical don't work. Like I said, they've been in the district darn near since I've been here. And you just not knowing that the electrical bad and you can't, It's just no excuse. It's just it's a bunch of old gimmicks to kick the can down the road and squeeze us for more money. This is how I see it. And I can't support it no further because I'm going through this every year, laboring and whining and begging them to do their job, and they milking the cow and laughing at us. So it's a no for me, whatever, no for them.
So, there's a friendly amendment, there's a friendly amendment to review contract violations, which we don't know what the violation was, we don't know what the contract is. So, anyway, what do we really want to do here?
Search for a new company.
Well, point of order, Madam Chair, we have to deal with the
So
amendment
let's deal
first.
with the amendment. Is there any further discussion for the amendment?
Yes, ma'am, one thing. We're asking to check the contract, and we're asking to ensure that our legal team takes a look at the contract and the circumstance in front of us and see if that is a part of their contract to handle or not. And if there is an agreement we have per Ms. Carroll that we can't go forward with someone else. So I want to make sure that's what we're checking. And that's what you're asking.
I hope so. That's what
I hope so.
I said three things, so I just want to make sure.
What was it about Carol?
Well, Ms. Carroll made a great point about are we legally bound
Oh,
to?
yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Any more discussion?
Call for the question.
Call for the question then. There's a friendly amendment to review the contract to seek for any violation, and Mr. Jones will have his legal team to look and have a discussion with the board, what is in his contract and what we can legally do.
Point of order, we're voting on the amendment, correct?
What? Oh, on your amendment.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, you did the friendly amendment, we did a friendly amendment to your
Oh,
motion.
it's a friendly amendment, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Madam Chair, when you call for the question, you can't discuss it no more. That's it. You got to take the vote.
So we're taking the roll
You
call
for the
vote.
question.
Chris Del Morone for the friendly amendment.
Yes.
Linda Booth.
Can you repeat?
Can you repeat that?
Oh, I don't even want to.
So I can get understanding.
We're doing an amendment, a friendly amendment
What was the?
for administration, Mr. Jones, to review their contract to make sure there's no violation and have legal team to review that contract.
Yes.
Point of information for the attorney to review the contract.
His legal team, he just, I wrote
Yeah.
how he put it, his legal team. And we're in the midst of a roll count. So Linda Booth,
Yes.
Laura McIntyre,
Yes.
Pastor Gilbert,
Yes.
Yes.
yeah, thank you. And myself is a yes. There was a motion on the floor. Do we have to go, you want your motion read, reinstated? There's a motion on the floor.
Point of information.
No, we did the amendment to the motion,
Right,
right? And now we go back to the motion
correct.
with the friendly amendment.
Yes.
There's a motion on the floor. The board to instruct Superintendent Jones and JCI to honor the contract as stated. No increase in the change orders. And what legal option we can pursue with the friendly amendment to review the contract for violation and discussion with legal team by Mr. Jones. That was the motion on the floor.
Is this discussion?
Is this discussion, now we had the
We already
motion?
had
Huh?
You can ask for it, but we already.
Do anyone have any more discussions?
So you already told me, you already voted for me to get with the legal team. So you already made that motion.
That was the amendment.
That's the amendment, yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
And now we're voting on the motion.
Okay. Thank you.
And if I may, point of order, Madam Chair, is because the board has to act. We have to deliberately act, and because we have the authority to, and that's been our problem. We're requesting, we're asking questions, we're trying to figure, no, this is what we want you to do. It may be repetitive, but just repeat it and do it again. That's it. I mean, this is what we have to do.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? This motion and a friendly amendment will be done by roll call vote. Laura McIntyre,
Yes.
Linda Booth,
Yes.
Chris Del Moroni,
Yes.
Pastor Gilbert,
Yes on the motion, yes.
Karen McIntosh,
Yes.
and myself is a yes.
Thank you.
6 yes, 1 absent, Danielle Green.
Okay. Almost finished.
Please continue, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Pete.
Thank you, Mr. Pete.
Thank you, Mr. Pete. Thank you, sir.
Where are we at?
Okay. I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve action item 21.35, Flint Board of Education schedule of regular board meetings for 22-23 school year.
So moved. Second.
It had been properly moved and second. Is there any discussion? Yes, Chris Del Moroni?
I think it was this schedule, it was sent an email, and the email was also CC'd to a former board member, and I'm not sure why that happened or might happen again or whatever. Do we know anything?
Point of information, Madam Chair, through the Madam President, to my colleague, Brother Chris, do you, by the way, know who that individual is? Or
The individual.
the former person that got that? Do you know who it
The
is?
individual is the person who most recently resigned from the board. You don't want us to mention names?
Yeah, you
right?
said you don't say names, so, okay. It probably was something, just was a hiccup. I don't think it was nothing, I don't know. Is there any more discussions?
Madam Chair, just not to belabor the point, but we need to correct that those CCs not go to any board member that is not sanctioned, hereby with authority, under the law. That, because the Open Meetings Act comes into play. It's being posted, the meetings and the agendas and all of these things, so they can access it that way, but they should not get those, that information coming out of the district, the office, or whoever sends it out. I mean,
Is there-
it shouldn't happen.
Okay, is there any other discussion? Seeing no,
So is that going to be rectified?
I
guess
don't know who
it's-
sent it, I don't even know.
Well, I mean,
I was waiting on, I thought he was pulling it up.
Yeah, I'm trying to do
Okay.
that. So many emails.
Well, while he's looking, can we?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's getting late.
Yes, thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the motion to approve action item 21.35, Flint Board of Education schedule of a regular board meeting for 2022 to 23 will be done by a roll call. So I call your name, yes or no. Karen McIntosh?
Yes.
Pastor Gilbert?
Yes.
Ms. Green is absent. Chris Del Moroni?
Yes.
Ms. Booth?
Yes.
Laura McIntyre?
yes.
And myself is yes, 6 yes, 1 absent. Continue, Mr. Jones.
I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve action item 21.36, authorization to purchase FY23 MASB membership, training, and board book premier services.
So moved. Second.
Yeah, we're all like, all right.
It's time to go. It has been properly moved and second. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion to approve action 21.36, authorization to purchase FY23 MASB membership, training and board book premier service will be conducted by a roll call. Ms. Karen McIntosh?
Yes.
Pastor Gilbert? Ms. Green is absent. Chris Del Moroni?
Yes.
Ms. Booz?
Yes.
Laura McIntyre?
Yes.
Myself, yes. 6 yeas, 0 nay, 1 absent. Before we adjourn, we'll give the public an opportunity to address the board. If you wish to speak, please come forward to the podium and state your name and address first before speaking. You have 3 minutes to speak. Is there anyone wish to address the board?
Patty Donald. My address is 4219 Cayuga Trails, Flint, Michigan. I am here from Sodexo Magic, and I sent out invitations a month ago about the Future Chef that will be held on tomorrow at Southwestern. I just wanted to make sure that you all were aware and that I hope to see some of you there tomorrow. This is a great event. It supports Flint students, our scholars, and they have great opportunities in our cooking classes that we have offered throughout the years. If you haven't had a chance to attend one of these events, I ask that you come out tomorrow and just see what the children are doing in the community. And also, we do have a cooking class that's offered at Southwestern for the high school students that will end next month.
What time is that event tomorrow?
That event starts at 4 o'clock. If you would like to come and see some of the students as they cook, they start preparing food at 3.
I was a judge in that before, and it was good. I just got on first shift, so I probably will make it to that.
Okay, thank you.
And I think I'm one of your judges. so-
Yes, you are. All right, thank you all.
Thank you so much. Next.
Thank you for your time, members of the board. My name is Mark Harshley. I'm an executive director for Sodexo Magic. I manage multi-service accounts in the state of Michigan, Ohio, and along the East Coast. We certainly understand the significance of your decision to discontinue your service with Sodexo Magic early as far as the food service contract is concerned. We would add these things for the record. We are concerned that after the successful vote to discontinue your service with us, that the name of the bidder was not provided. Normally, once the vote happens, it is publicly announced, and you say who was the successful winner of that. So we have concerns about that. And I would also say I've been in this position for over 20 years, and I've been a chief operating officer for a school district larger than Flint. And I'd also tell you that in the state of Michigan, it is absolutely allowable that during the RFP process, that potential vendors can be interviewed. That is, we do it multiple times in the state of Michigan every year during the bid cycle process. So I would add that to your thinking. We do not believe that we've been treated fairly in this process, in this selection process, especially in the light of the uniqueness of the operation in Flint over the past 2 years. We were with you arm in arm with this community during COVID, feeding families, students, adults. And I would ask you to do one thing for your own benefit, for the students. As a former high school teacher, I would say this. Before you accept Chartwells as your new vendor, you should see how they operate in a CEP district beyond the pretty pictures and the fancy brochures that they like to show you. Go see a similarly situated demographic and see if the pictures match what they do. Then I also would say this as a community member, as a person that generally cares about public education in America. I am a certified engineer. Again, I know more about facilities than I do food. I've dealt with JCI for many, many years. If you have questions about successful ways of dealing with them as it relates to their scope of work, Sodexo is still your partner up until the last day. I put myself at your service to be assistance to you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ajane Young. I live at 909 Wager Avenue, Flint, Michigan. And I know I only got 3 minutes, so I'm gonna try to get all these bullet points in. So the first thing that I'm coming to you all about is regarding opportunity for middle and high school youth. I received some National Science Foundation grant funding to do a program that teaches youth how to test lead in soil in the city of Flint. I piloted this program in 2020.
Can you remove your mask?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I lost a family member to COVID, so I'm very cautious. But yeah, so I hope y'all could understand me a little bit better now.
Yes.
So I got some National Science Foundation funding to run a program here in the city of Flint. It's a curriculum that I developed alongside some colleagues at the University of California, Berkeley. And so they're funding the program here for 4 years. We're teaching middle and high school students how to test the soil in their backyards and around the Flint community for lead and for arsenic. As y'all know, we have a lot of community gardens in the area. It's super important that we understand the metals that are and the contamination that's been left behind by the industrial industry. Here in the city, I also teach them literature and history in the process. But I just got flyers. I just would like for, it's a free program. It's actually an internship, so we pay youth, and I'm trying to hire some adults who don't have educator experience to get them interested in education that matters to the people here in this community. So if y'all have anybody interested, just want to give those.
Bring your flyers.
Yeah, I can give those out so my time isn't up. I'll come up there and get them to y'all. So that's my shameless plug. But then I also actually wanted to speak on, in regards to a number of the things that I saw today here at the board meeting. I left Flint for about 6 months, and so this is my first time back since October. And there's a number of things I'd love to follow up with y'all about, and I'm not sure what the process looks like just given the limited time. But I will say that I've went to Flint schools, I've worked in Flint schools, and through that whole process coming to board meetings, this is the first time that I've actually gotten a feeling that the hearts of the people on the board are in the right space. So I want to say thank y'all for that and for showing up and sitting in this long meeting. But I definitely think that the efficiency and the way that y'all work as an administration, we got to tighten that up. Right? Because y'all are a representation of this community and these schools, and Flint schools got a really bad rep. There's a reason why I'm educated formally as an educator and don't work here. So I would like to figure out how we change that narrative here in the city, because I want to be here. I'm choosing to be here. I have a California salary and I choose to be in Flint. So I would really like to talk more with y'all about what I can do just as a community member to support Flint schools and the youth and the educators here. So, okay, I'm gonna let the time go.
Thank you. Next.
Bernard Gladney Jr., 3402 Santa Clara Court, Flint, Michigan, 48504. As a representative and as of Sodexo Magic, when I think about a relationship, I know that with my wife or with a significant other or anyone that you have some type of engagement with, there's always some type of communication that has to be had when there are some types of issues or things that may come up or arise. And I know that Sodexo Magic, we've reached out on a number of occasions trying to get in front of this board, trying to get in front of the administration to find out anything that has been, anything that should be addressed throughout this year. Starting in October, as well as January, February, and March, we've been trying to get meetings and have not been successful in doing so. And wanted to just make sure that that was brought to light, that we did want to be in front of this board. As Ms. McIntosh had mentioned earlier, Sodexo Magic used to present to this board because we presented twice a year, and that was always something that was part of our scope of work that we added. And so, again, this year we did try to reach out, and that was not an opportunity that was afforded to us. So we just want to make sure that we want to have that understanding. As the scripture says, a threefold cord is not easily broken. And in this situation, it doesn't seem like we've been able to mend things together. But the communication that we used to have has not been there, and we want to make sure that those lines of communications are open. We'd certainly love living in Flint, as I moved to Flint and have raised my family in Flint. And so we certainly love and want to be here, and we appreciate your time tonight. God bless you.
Thank you. Hattie Donald? She spoke. Mark, M-A-R-K? He spoke. I got everybody? Anjanae, everybody. Does anyone would like to address the board? If not, thank you. Do any board member have any comments before we adjourn? Yes, Chris?
Yeah, so I wasn't able to find that on the email, but, you know, I'll dig it out.
We're checking to make sure that have somebody check.
The other thing, what is it, the 1190 form or whatever? Help me out, the 1101 to communicate between us and...
It's 1180 form. It's, you
1180.
could probably get a copy from, it's in your package. You can make
Yeah.
copy, or you can just we can get copies from the administration, I guess.
So, let me say, if someone in the community contacts me and they have a question, from what I'm reading that's being emailed to me, I need to direct that question to Monica or the superintendent. And just correct me as when I get off track if I do. Which, that seems to be rather problematic. And I don't know if that's a Leola thing or whatever. I mean, I don't know who they are. I think they're gonna come in one day eventually, maybe. But if someone in the community calls me and says, Chris, what time is the board meeting next week? I go, whoa. I think you're gonna have to fill out the 1180 form. I'll get one over to you. I'll send it in the mail or something. Is this what we're supposed to be doing?
In the bylaws, I just followed the bylaws and the policy. That's what was given to me, and that's the procedure that I follow. So maybe there's something you want to look at in the future, but that's the way it was always done since I've been here. That's the policy that I went all the way back to look. They had it in 2002. They had it 2010. So that's just a policy. I don't understand it any further than that. I just follow the bylaws.
So in essence, when we leave tonight, anybody got a question about what went on at our meeting? Which is a
I think
call.
it's just a request for information. I didn't know, Chris, I can't answer that.
All right.
Is there any more comments? Yes.
Madam President, Madam Chair, I too have, I guess, not so much a concern, but that all minds be clear and that we're transparent. And as Brother Chris said about communications on page 44, 1190, communications to and from the board. And so it's written in the policy. There's no question about that. If we want to change then we have to have governance meetings, and we have to come together and have that debate, have that discussion, and then bring it forth. But if we're going to follow these procedural policy issues, then no one is outside of that purview, no one. And so I think that's important. If that's what we're going to do, it is part of the policy, which means it's law. So if I have a request or if I have a communication that I want to do, this is the way that I should do it. And my only problem is I'm not comfortable with it. As Brother Chris, I think it's problematic, but if we're going to have policy, we're going to have to follow it, or else we can just take this and throw it away. That's just the way I feel. I don't like some of it, but it was here before I got here. Okay. The second thing is, it says on page 2 in the bylaws and handbook, which would be policy 1032. In the first paragraph, it says the school board members have legal authority only during regular and special meetings of the board. No individual board member, including the president, has any power to act in the name of the board outside of board meetings, unless specifically designated to do so by the official action of the board. That's page 2. Now, maybe if I was the president, I may not like that, but that's the policy. And we have to act as such. And if we want to change it, then we have to meet, discuss it, debate it, and bring it forth and change it. That's what we have to do. And then it goes on to say at number 4, functions of the board, it says hiring, contracting for, scheduling, supervising, and terminating employees. Well, Brad Benesick of MASB said we only had 1 employee, and that's Brother Superintendent. So we don't have any authority to fire anyone or terminate anyone but the superintendent. I just want to clear the air. And Brother Superintendent, is not aimed at you. It's for my colleagues and myself. This is why I'm bringing this forward. It's a whole lot I wanted to say, but the Holy Ghost said to keep my mouth shut, and that's what I'm going to do. I got one last thing. I made sure that I didn't leave anything out. Just give me 1 minute. Let me find it. Yes. On page 19, policy 1155. The board may remove a member from a board officer position. Let me read it one more time. The board may remove a member from a board officer position with or without cause by a majority vote of the members of this board. This is policy. I came with the intent to have one of our board members removed from their office or their position. The Holy Ghost has condemned me that I should not do that. So I will humbly submit myself to that. But if we're going to have policies, no one on the Flint Community School Board as trustees and fiduciary is outside the purview of the law. No one. And that includes Pastor Gilbert. So I just thought I would read this. Thank you, Brother Chris, for bringing it up. And we just need to understand that we have some heavy lifting to do, but we got to do it according to policy. And some of what I read I didn't like, but it's the law. Thank you.
With Neola, without Neola, with MSAB, without MASB. Let me give you just a really bad example of how these bylaws are. Board members, it's us, questions or communications to staff. So I need to communicate. Staff should be submitted to the board president using the board member request for information form 1190-F, which then will be forwarded to the superintendent's office for response or action. I'm going to just stop there. So when I get a communication that says, can you make a meeting next Monday, pick a time, 5 o'clock? I can't answer that because it said board members' questions or communications, I need to communicate back to staff, should be submitted to the board president using the board member request for information. This page should just be like torn out and burned. And I can't believe Neola, who we're paying money to, would say, this is great, I see nothing wrong with that. And maybe someone can help me, but we need that flexibility.
Ms. McIntyre?
So welcome to our world, Chris. This is exactly what I've been talking about since I came on the board. And this is what Joyce and then Carol's been here for a while. This is what we were presented with the former superintendent, including me as treasurer getting any financial information. I was expected to submit these forms and sign things over without any information at all. So yes, that is our board policy, and it's abhorrent. You're absolutely right. And so the whole time I've been on the board, I've been dealing with stuff like that, dealing not only with board policies that are in writing, but policies that are in our culture and in our spirit. And like I said, for the past several board meetings, we are head and shoulders over where we were last year. The difference is night and day. And it's because a lot of changes have happened. And I think a lot of changes for the better have happened. Certain individuals who created those policies in very, in my opinion, nefarious and duplicitous ways. I think there's been a lot going on in the board that needs to come to, not the board, but the administration. I mean, we're dealing with an administration. This is not this administration's fault. This is not this board's fault. And we are slowly uncovering and remedying practices and policies and decisions that have been made for decades, both intentional and unintentional, to undermine and destroy this district. So welcome to the club. I mean, and I don't say that disrespectfully.
No,
I'm just,
no,
I'm
yeah,
saying,
no.
oh my God. So this is, yes. And we're doing this unpaid. We're doing this, I'm exhausted with this stuff, but this is so important because to me, keeping our schools public, keeping them open, bringing back our preschool, our kindergarten, our vendors, doing right with our union contracts and our teachers is so important to me and is so important to the district and is so important to our community and our city. This stuff has to be done. And one of the reasons why I got on the board was because I was tired of waiting around for people to do the right thing, to listen to me coming up to that podium for my 3 minutes And I was just like, I'm going to do whatever I can to do whatever changes I can at a local elected level. So yes, I agree with you. We have to change the policies. I mean, we're not kicking the can down the road, I assure you. We're doing the best we can as fast as we can with this mess that is, like I said, literally decades in the making. So we're reversing all this stuff like within the past couple weeks. And then I get assaulted in an open public meeting. And I don't want to say it's by the board. I want to say one rogue board member, because I don't take responsibility for that. I'm tired of people saying the board, and I know we act as a body, and that's what we're elected to do, but I didn't assault myself. And so that is just an example of sabotage that has been consistently happening, you know, again, for decades. And so that's my remarks. We're going to have to do what we can to change those things so that we can, but at the same time, still operate and move forward with the best of our ability with the rules and the regulations and the bylaws that we have. So
Through governance.
Yeah. I would like to chime in since you everybody kind of directing this towards me.
Oh, no, I wasn't right. No,
Okay.
I was
No,
just
I'm
reading.
fine with it, I'm fine with it. But I just want to say this, let me speak, everybody spoke. This book right here, when I came on here, I do Neola. And when I can't line Neola up with some of the policy. This is the bylaw and the policy. So then what I found out is that every time you get certain people, well, I don't like this here, and they can go in on governments or whatever, and they change it. So when we got this book, it was about 100-some pages. Then March of 2021, they downsized it to this right here, little pages. When I first came, it was about like this. So what I took it upon myself, I don't get paid for this because I'm a public policy person. I compare Neola with what we have. And there's a conflict. Neola is the law. MASB has that there. But then every time something happens, they change it to benefit, you know. So I'm going to change this. There's a policy in here that just is wrong. There's quite a few of them. They're wrong. But when people take advantage of them, when they want to do what they want to do, well, I'm going to change it. I only deal with Neola because I done went through each one of them. That big book that you guys got, I've been working on this stuff for 1.5 years or 2. And there's some change in it. I went to Neola when we was in Grand Rapids. They said that they would highlight that stuff that's vague, that doesn't really make it clear. And other board members had that same problem. Neola said highlight it. They would come in and we need a policy makeover so we can all be on one accord. So it's in here. They create the strife, but when it's working for somebody else, oh, they love this if it's working for them. But if it ain't working for you, then it's a problem. I would just love to see that we got a new team going, we got governance going. Let's sit down and make it easy for the next person that sits in this seat. Because my goal is, when I leave here, nobody should be coming here and sit in and go through what we're going through, trying to figure out what the heck, no paper trail, no information. I want the next person to take this seat and be successful. We are now in the green. We got plenty of time to do a lot of important things. 6 or 8 weeks, we stole from the backs of these kids dealing with board issues. The people did not elect me to deal with board personality. It is to move the district forward. That's my role. That's your role. How do we give them 4 or 5 or 6 weeks of board disruption? So I hear Mr. Gibb, I hear all of them, but if you go back, the ones I've been looking at, they change them like they're changing underwears. And I use Neola.
I have my hand up, I ain't spoke.
Go ahead.
First, as chairperson of the governance committee. I
Yes.
tried to have a governance meeting so we can address policies, all of them. New policy, old policy, conflicting policy. I have been emailing, you guys have been seeing my emails, been asking for a governance meeting. Can't get no response, can't get no date, can't get no time. I've been asking, I guess this has been about 2 weeks or better. So, you can't block the governance meeting, not have the governance meeting, obstruct the work of the governance team when you come to the governance meeting, and then complain about the policies and the bylaws being conflicting, because we know that. And they're not gonna get straightened out if we don't do the work. We have to address the issues of the district, all of them. Stuff that ain't in the policy, that we know should be in the policy, it's our job to add it to the policy. It's our job to make this district more efficient, and we took a vote at this board table that our policies would supersede Neola's policies. But we gotta straighten our policies out. We gotta straighten it out. It can't, and the only way it's gonna get straightened out is if we do it. And where we do it at is in a governance meeting. So I'm going to appeal to Mo and the board to let's schedule that right now. Because I can't get, if I don't do it at the board table, then I can't get no feedback. So I like to make the motion that we, schedule a governance meeting solidified with a date and time.
It's too late.
And that's the motion. Can I get some support?
Support.
It has been motioned and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Are we looking for just, you want a date?
I'm looking for a date to sketch.
What date you want?
Well, I'm asking for a census from the board for the people that are on that team, the governance team. Then
Oh, okay.
we need to get together and solidify a time and a day where we can look at our policies and do our work. Because it's not going to happen. If we don't do it, it's not going to happen. Bottom line, nobody's going to do it for us.
Well, I tried for, we got some action items to finish too, but I've been trying for the longest. We got some action items to finish, but you made a motion, right?
We ain't done.
Yes, we're done with our agenda.
Oh,
She talking about she got some action
oh, no,
items.
we don't. No, we,
Oh, no,
no, we don't. Sorry. Don't scare me.
Girl,
Point of information.
Okay. All right, so you guys looking for a date
I
to
was
give
about
me?
to get up there.
I thought she sent a date out for government.
I would like to schedule that meeting.
Okay, I'm saying, do we have a running date for governance? That's my question.
It says when necessary.
I thought I saw something.
It's usually they had a solidified date, but it's like once a month, and we're trying to get this done, and I think it's on a Monday, but why do we have to wait once a month for Monday? We ain't finna get nothing done like that.
So I think your ask comes from the fact that I emailed you and asked you, when are we gonna have it?
No, my ask come from me trying to schedule this meeting for 2 weeks, and didn't get it scheduled.
Okay.
But if you send me an email, sir, I'm glad that we're on one accord, but no, that's not what happened. I'm sorry I didn't
Why
get
don't you
that too.
just put a date on?
Well,
Karen,
let's
and
do
then
a
invite?
Monday at 4 o'clock. Can we is Monday at 4 o'clock good?
What Monday?
This coming up Monday.
This coming Monday?
Oh, we got, no, because okay, I'm in trouble already. No. Okay, how
Well,
about,
we got to graduate. Well, I would do this, Ms. Carroll. I would just send them out an invite, get a couple dates. And
okay.
send them out. and
Is
see
that
can you
proper?
get,
Is that the, is
Because
that?
we got so much coming up.
Right, is that the census of the board? Is that the desire of the board that I just do it?
Point of order, Madam President, through you to Sister Carolyn,
Yes, sir.
you can,
The motion on the
you
floor.
can rephrase your motion
The motion,
and say a date to be determined or something of
Okay,
that
date
nature,
to
but
be
you gotta
determined.
deal with the motion one way or the
okay, I'm
other.
gonna rescind the motion, and I'm gonna date to be determined, and I'm gonna
Yeah.
poll the board members, and we'll come up with a solidified date. Whatever I come up with, I will share it with all of you, including Monica and the administration.
That's
Support.
good. Support that.
Is there any further discussion?
No.
Just keep in mind that graduation is on June 7th, but you're going to do it this month or next month?
This month,
This
next
month.
week, I'm hoping.
Okay.
To get started, because we're not gonna do it all in one day. We're gonna have to do
That's a long process.
some sections, and then you gotta say yeah in 30 days, gotta sit on it and all that, so, okay, thank you.
What, I would like to make mention of the fact that the HR meeting, subcommittee meeting is, it says the fourth Monday of the month,
It's the 23rd.
so that would be the 23rd. So I guess we can switch it around or
Then we got
whatever,
Memorial Day weekend.
but that's the way, that's what's on the sheet. So,
District is closed Friday and Monday,
What days are that?
the 27th and the 30th.
27 and the 30, the district is closed.
Oh, it's.
Memorial Day weekend.
Oh, yeah.
well, let me
that's right.
talk to Ms. Galloway, but the 30th will be fine, as long as we get it in the month of May.
Well, we closed from 3/27 to 3/30.
On Memorial weekend.
Oh, yeah, y'all gotta eat barbecue, I forgot about that.
Yes, I do.
Okay, well, I guess we'd have to make it one day next week sometime, I guess. I'll talk to Ms. Galloway and see what day we come up with, and we'll communicate that to our sister Monica, and she'll put, that's the only thing we can do. That's, if the 30th is the holiday, which it is, that's all we can do. Or at least not have one. And I think that's been our problem. We need to have our meetings so we can get to the business that is before us. And that would help us during our meetings, I think.
Okay. I do want to make a couple announcements, keep the board. We got our year-end budget, which is due in June. We have not, we have quite a few things we have to do at the end of the year, just counting our board package as well. So we still have not did a strategic plan to evaluate Mr. Jones on. Flint, and I'm just announcing stuff, Flint Community School Library invited us to the ribbon cutting tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock for those that want to go. So we got a lot to do for this month. And I'm going to tell you right now, my granddaughter caught COVID for the second time. So I got some things that I got to do. She almost died with it, and she got it again. So I have to have my time.
Sorry to hear that.
Yes, Chris?
Just, to the superintendent, Kevin, you had mentioned through an email about the strategic plan, I think Mott Foundation, and a third bullet point you were making. How are you, the administration, whoever, how are you doing with the strategic plan? I know maybe a couple weeks ago you said you might have something to present to us pretty quick, a shortened version.
So we did send out the shorter version to you all. I think it was a couple weeks ago, actually. We sent out the revised strategic plan. It had about 11 to 12 pages. I'm just waiting on the opportunity to be able to discuss it with the whole board so we can get moving on that. The three that you're speaking of is strategic plan, renovations, and again, today I sent you some renovation information because the board asked, so what are the ideas? What is it that the schools have been saying they wanted? I sent some of that information to you today. And then I also sent you an email that I would just like you to read about other school districts that are about to do some things that could possibly be a problem for us. And I'm keeping my ear to the ground, trying to understand what's going on in the community, in the city, so we can get a jump on some things for our own school district. And so that's strategic plan conversation is ready. It was ready a couple of weeks ago. Renovations just need the board's vote. Remember, we brought that, but we tabled it. And so we need the board's vote on that. And then as it pertains to the Mott Foundation, I have spoken to the Mott Foundation about the opportunity for Mr. Thomas or their representative to come and speak to the board. That is open dialogue and trying to get a date for them to come forward because that is the request of the board. And so just want to keep those three major things in the front of our work. I know we have a lot of different things to do, but I think as we have been in meetings and negotiations, revenue is the big ticket. We need more scholars. We need our scholars back, and we have to start thinking about how we're going to do that.
I ain't gonna keep giving you plan. I ain't gonna keep giving you the secret to success plan. I ain't gonna keep giving it to you.
Yes,
And
Chris.
I guess I had an understanding that once we as a board approve the strategic plan, then the Mott Foundation is going to be, let me say, more liberal in meeting with us and going over that.
So back
Could be wrong.
in early March, when we had a special meeting about strategic planning, it was the board's desire to table all of that because of the EDEP. You had asked for some timelines. Gave you the timeline for Mott for April 30th. There was a reason for that because their big budget was happening in June, and so that deadline is missed. But the board wanted to table so we can deal with the EDEP, and so we had tabled it, and we left it at that at the moment. And then so many other things have taken place. So at this point, we have come to. Most of us have come to an agreement on what did you want to see in the strategic plan, and that's what we have sent to you all, and just waiting on an opportunity for us to discuss it a little bit and then make some motions. Now, as it pertains to Mott, you know, the board has asked that they come before to speak about what they're possibly offering or have available as a grant proposal that we need to send to them.
Thank you.
Just in response to that, and I'll let you, with the Mott Foundation, no one's stopping them from coming before the board. They're welcome. We extended an invitation. They're welcome. They can also say their 3 minutes anytime that they want. What we've requested they do not do is try to schedule secret closed meetings with individual board members, which is something, again, they attempted to do. Once again, they're allowed to come before the full board in an open meeting before the public, and that's what they're welcome to do. They're welcome to be partners with us. That's on an equal footing, right? And I'm sorry, but, you know, I'm not dancing attendance every single damn year to their grant deadline. Every single year. Oh, we got a deadline, 200 million, 200 million.
And they ain't gonna give you none.
As far as I'm concerned, they owe us some schools. They owe us for what they took from us from that Service Center deal and from the land where that new public charter school is built. That, I'm not going to go on and on, but with respect to the Mott Foundation, nothing's stopping them from coming before the public and before the board. But that's not what they want. They want to have these sidebar conversations and meetings. So I'd like to reiterate that because we're not against partnership, but that's not what, let's not be disingenuous about that, please. And we didn't miss any deadline with them, for God's sakes. Sorry.
Okay. Any more announcements? I'm sorry.
Madam President, I have just a couple of comments. The Mott Foundation, I'll start with them first. I have a personal view about the Mond Foundation. Mr. Ridgway White, Mr. Thomas Parker. I have an opinion about all of them. But what I feel and what I think may not be in the best interest of the children. But now to Sister Laura, my colleague's point, we have passed it. We have said they're welcome to come before us. And they're welcome to come at any time. We can suspend the rules. We can have that dialogue. We can have that debate. We can have that engagement. I know how to act. I know how to be civil, but I'm not going to handle anybody up there with kid gloves if I got questions. And it's on the behalf and to the betterment of the children and their families in this district. I want the schools built too. I want to close schools. We got the public thinking that we're not going to close schools, but if I got anything to do with it, we're going to close some schools. Because that's what we've got to do. We've got to take it on. But no more dark alley deals with nobody.
Thank you.
Now, that's just me. I'm not speaking for no one else. And I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna shut it down. I listened to Sedeco this evening. I listened to that brother back there, the director, and I listened to the district manager, and I listened to one of the supervisors. And they gave us a revelation about presentations and information. Somebody, as my grandmother, my dad would say, it's a dead cat on the line somewhere, which means somebody's lying.
Ain't no question.
That you can't acquire a presentation, you can't ask as a school board. And I appreciate the truth and the honesty because of the fact, and I said it before they said this, it put each and every one of those RFPs at a disadvantage. Now, we've got to plug these holes, and we got to do it together. But I'm very disappointed in some of the stuff that I've heard here this evening. And to you, Madam President, the only way that I can say this to you is to say it to your face. I may not always agree with you. I may not like what you say. But don't you ever think that I'm against you. I might be against what you say and how you say it, but I'm not against you. You're not my enemy. No one on this board is my enemy. I know my enemy. And the names have been discussed just a few seconds ago. I just mentioned some of the enemies that we have on this board. So I don't want you to get it twisted at all from me. And the only thing that I would ask of you is that whatever you've got to say to any board member, send those emails to them about them. Don't send emails to me about Sister Carolyn, Sister Booz, Chris, the superintendent, and no one else. Because anything that I want to say to the superintendent, I'm going to talk to him. Anything I want to say to Sister Monica, I'm going to talk to Sister Monica. Anything I want to say to Brother Chris, I'm going to say to Brother Chris. Because when you talk face to face, you get the understanding. You can clear the air. But when you start hitting between and you start cutting in the back and stab, this is strictly poison. This is what's poisoning our board. And you said, we read these things every cow meeting we have. We read about not personalities. Treat one another with respect. But we don't live it. We read it, but we don't live it. I'm done.
I just want to clear up something right quick. When we said the food presentation, I requested, it wasn't talking about a PowerPoint presentation. I was trying to get each vendor to bring their food in here and sample it. That is what I was talking about. It was never that they could, and that's what they denied at us. I wanted each vendor to have like a catering something where we can look at your food and look at your food and see what's what. Just looking at the vendors that submitted. That is what they had denied it, that they can't do those type of presentation. I guess it's against the RFP. That's what I was looking for. But that's what I was asking for. I don't, and then they said they can't do presentation. There's something totally different that threw me out. But what I was requesting, that they would come in and we see live food, and I thought they could just do that. But I found out that they could not do that. That's what I was requesting.
It was because it was not in the original. No
Yeah.
one said that that's not something that can happen. What she
wasn't in the
said was,
RFP.
it was not in the RFP.
Oh, okay.
So we're telling you the truth too. So I don't want someone to be able to take a microphone and you take their judgment over what we're trying to give you, and we're going to do our due diligence. We stated that it wasn't in the RFP process. So at this point in the stage, when it was asked to us for the presentation, we couldn't do it at that point. No one said that it's not something that you can ever do. What she said was it wasn't in the RFP process at the beginning stages. So I just want to clear that up. And this is nothing against Sodexo or anyone else.
Point of information.
Nothing against anyone.
Point of information. When I was talking to Tish, I said I didn't want a food presentation. I wanted the vendor to come before us so that we can ask questions. And we were told that we couldn't do it. And I think that's what the gentleman from Sodexo is making reference to, because Sodexo has not brought us food to taste. Sodexo's representatives always come before us. We tell them what we want, whether we get it or not. They come before, and we tell them what we want. We tell them what we think the price points should be. We tell them what the expectation is. And that is the piece of the presentations that I missed all year long this year. I want to talk to the vendors. See, that's what puts us against each other too, is when you talk to a vendor and you like them, but see, I ain't talked to them and I might not like them, and you know this is good for the district, but I don't know that because I don't have no information. Now she mad at me because why she don't want the kids to have it, and then I'm mad at her because why she trying to slide this in here and I ain't got no information. Now me and her pissed off at each other and we got to work together. See, versus when that vendor come in here, it's on him. You see what I'm saying? And then we get that information together and everybody make their own decision openly at this board in front of one another and the public. See, that way can't nobody say you did this, you said this, you set something up, you didn't ask them this. You see what I'm saying? That's the point of us being a board, because 7 heads is darn sure better than 1. Now, if we choose not to put them 7 heads together, that's our fault that we let these vendors come up here and divide us and play us. That's our fault that we let these partners slice and dice us up and tell us this and tell us that, and then we all mad at each other and you like it. That's our fault. We grown people. We ain't got sense enough to get together in a room and hash it out and take care of our business, look at our stuff, what we want for our district, let them know what we want for our money, because we pay them, they don't pay us, but some kind of way, they always come in here and tell us what they gonna give us for our money. And we take it and we sit up and whine about what we ain't getting and what we wish we had. But them schools that's got that stuff, they boards look them people in their eyes and they let them know, if you gonna be in this district, this what we gonna get for our kids, for the money we putting out. See, when vendors come before us, we act like they doing us a favor. We are so used to being second, third, fourth, no-class citizen, to when it's time for us to be first-class citizens and we got a pocket full of money, we ain't got the heart to step up and do it. We scared to be somebody. And I'm done with that, and I'm gonna exit stage left with that. Y'all have a blessed evening.
Okay.
One real quick comment. In light of the state, let me say, doing away with the deficit elimination plan, saying we're not there, I think it's important that through our finance committee, we kind of take a snapshot of where we're at right now. You know, I'm not saying a special meeting, but maybe one of the topics at the meeting. But it's just a comment.
Okay. Seeing no further business of the board, I declare the regular meeting adjourned. Some folks got me so twisted.